Okay.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to go online. I know we're ready to go here in person. Welcome everybody, whether you're here in person or online. I do ask at the beginning of every meeting that everybody silence their cell phones. If you haven't taken a chance to just check your cell phone. Helps us each give respect to one another's time and each speaker as they're speaking. I ask for patience and understanding. It's much appreciated as council deliberates on various agenda items tonight. We have open public comment at all meetings, but tonight we have a lot of very specific public hearings. So if you haven't seen, there are several sign-up sheets up front, and they are listed in the agenda as to what they are. So we will have an open public comment first, which is anything that is not on the agenda. So when you speak at that one, that will be any other item that is not here for a public hearing. And then we will proceed after that to do all the public comments in succession so that we get to hear from everybody first before we start any discussion. We're going to do that because a lot of these items are related to one another. That way we can hear about each item before we go to that. I want to acknowledge the staff work in preparation for tonight. Their insights are valuable to each topic of town business, and I appreciate our town manager, Leah Hines, for the council manager form of government, and Natasha Tucker is our town manager who handles daily operations and department administration, while our town council provides direction and authorizes policy in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia and our town charter. While each council member has the ultimate responsibility to contribute and vote distinctly, the town council does work as a body, solely to serve responsibly and ethically the citizens of Columbia Beach. Participation of each member contributes to effective leadership, and collaboration is key to productivity in local government. Let's engage in constructive discussion, remain open to different perspectives, and work together for effective resolutions. Finally, I remind us all that the meetings of the town council are formal proceedings and are recorded. And with that, I call the meeting of the town of Columbia Beach work session to order. And I got, 6:05. We'll start off with a roll call member. All members are present. Additions to the agenda, we have one amendment to the agenda, and that is that the EMS presentation is to be postponed. Something came up, an emergency came up, and Chief Burr will not be able to be here tonight. But we'll plan to be back with us on the 21st, which is our regular meeting. Do I have a motion to amend the agenda for our schedule?
So
Second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Do I have approval of the agenda as amended?
so moved.
Discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up is our consent agenda. This is an approval of minutes and resolutions that amend and appropriate different grant funds. And so you'll see there are mostly all, I think they're all police department grants. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on any of the items in the consent agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, next up is our council member liaison and commissioner reports, and maybe I'll start with Mr. Rickwood. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for stopping by tonight. A couple of announcements. National Law Enforcement Week starts next Monday, May 11th, and runs through Sunday, May 17th. Say hi to your local officers when you run into them this week. The Colonial Beach Police Department underwent an accreditation assessment this week. Becoming an accredited agency means the department's policies and practices meet the requirements of the Virginia Law Enforcement Professional Standards Commission for Efficient and Effective Agency Operation. I'm proud to announce that the PD proved that their policies and practices meet those standards, and they passed the assessment. The PD will be eligible to be awarded their accreditation later this year. Thank you for all of your work on that, Chief. One thing most of us won't argue about is our cops, right? And that's a good thing. As far as the Planning Commission, at their meeting of April 10th, the Planning Commission approved the director's updates to the annual work plan. A copy of the plan is available on their webpage. At the April 10th meeting, the Planning Commission authorized advertisement of a public hearing for their meeting on a zoning text amendment relative to the FAR. That's the floor area ratio for folks who are unaware of that. The proposed ordinance language would not change the 0.4 maximum FAR in our districts, but does define the term FAR as the enclosed portions of a dwelling from exterior wall to exterior wall, excluding a maximum of a 24 by 24 foot private garage. There's also an amendment to the definition of private garage proposed to align with the FAR definition. Just to put that in layman's terms, right now, if you have a detached garage, it does not count against your floor area ratio that you're allowed, but if it were attached, it would. This would waive that obligation to have it detached as long as certain conditions were met to make sure it's not just another living area. So I want to thank the Planning Commission for their work on that. And that's all I have this week.
Mr. Larson?
All right, so a couple of announcements from our NGOs. The Colonial Beach Community Foundation is doing a meetup on June 11th. It's going to be at the Colonial Beach Creative Arts Center, which is just a couple of doors down Washington that way. The featured speaker is our own Natasha Tucker, the town manager. It's again Wednesday, June 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. Virginia Osprey Foundation is going to be at Mason State Park this weekend, Mason Neck State Park this weekend, presenting at the 27th Eagle Festival, a great festival, and they're letting the Osprey people in. On May the 18th, a week from Sunday, at Ice House, the Osprey Foundation is screening the documentary by our own Bob Lennox. It's called Osprey Chick Banding in Colonial Beach. Ken Smith, who actually did the Osprey Chick Banding this last season, will be speaking and answering questions, and this event is free and all are welcome. And lastly, Colonial Beach Community Radio. On June the 1st, our town's radio station, WWER, marks 6 years on the air. So listeners are invited to drop by the studio behind Hawthorne Mercantile between 2 to 4 p.m. on Sunday, June 1st. Drop in and learn more about the station and volunteer opportunities if you're so inclined. And that's it for me.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
Okay, good evening, everybody. We haven't had a meeting for the schools since our last council meeting, so nothing to report there. I did want to take note of all the people who are here tonight, and I encourage everybody, since probably the main topic on most everybody's minds is the budget and tax increases, water and sewer and all that. So I just encourage everybody to speak up and tell us how you really feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grandstaff?
Good evening, everyone. Reporting for the Economic Development Committee, we at this time are primarily focusing our efforts and attention on the Business Appreciation Breakfast that will be this Friday at 8 a.m. at the Ice House. We'll report more after we have our May 13th meeting. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sanford?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So for Parks and Rec, we had a Park and Rec Advisory Commission meeting last night at 6 p.m. There's also some upcoming events on this Friday. We have our second Friday coffee walk at 8 a.m. and you meet at the Buzz. And then there's also our second Friday sip and stroll later that evening from 6 to 9 p.m. And then since the school year is already starting to wrap up, on the 13th and 14th, the 4th and 5th grade, we'll have a picnic at the Torrey Smith Park from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then also on the back table, before you guys enter Town Center, there are Park and Rec volunteer forms if you're interested in volunteering with the department. There's also applications, since we do have 2 open commissioner positions for the advisory commission. So if you guys are interested at all, please grab an application and turn them back in to Town Hall or Sally Adams. And then there's also a sign-up sheet for the town newsletter that will come in your email if you guys sign up on the form in the back. And then the town summer newsletter will be coming out with the June water bill. And then finally, the next PrAC meeting will be June 3rd at 6 PM.
Thank you. Mr. Allison?
Good evening, everybody. As a Public Works Liaison, we have a nice little list of things that have been accomplished over the last 2 weeks. I'll just breeze through those pretty quickly. 7 sewer backups, 6 water leaks, 4 utility installations, utility cut repairs were fixed, pothole repair throughout the town, continued ditch maintenance, continued support and repair to the wastewater treatment plant, new sign installation and sign replacements, road maintenance and cleanup, and assisted the park bench installation at Eleanor Park. That's all I have for the liaison. One thing I want to add for the schools is that graduation's next week. So we have the 7th graders, kindergarten, and the high school that will be graduating next week. So we want to congratulate all the graduates for that, specifically the seniors this year. You know, they had a lot of participation in the award ceremony for scholarships, upwards of $60,000. So we want to congratulate them and look to the future of Columbia Beach to be bright. Thank you.
Thank you. On that same note, I stopped by the school fair that was last Saturday. If you didn't get a chance, this is the first time they've done that, but all the kids were able to participate, set up their own tent, little booth, and sell something as an entrepreneur, as a sort of practice business style. There were people with plants and food and things that they made and all kinds of things. It was just a very fabulous event, and also had live music performed by the students to showcase their talent, and all money went back to the students. So, their hard work just, paid back, right back to them, and I heard a lot of people were supportive of it. It was also the golf cart run fundraiser, and so many things this last weekend. And then before that was Easter. It's been a couple weeks since we had a meeting. And all the Easter events went off wonderful as well. This last week, I attended the Conrail Executive Meeting. They are going to schedule their next meeting in Charles County to host. It will be in June, but they are still debating which date, so I don't have that just yet. I also attended the ribbon cutting for Britt Motors right on Colonial Avenue. Bill Britt is there himself, and is highly invested in that, and so I just welcome you to stop by that new business. A lot has changed. I know they had a tenant before, so this is Bill Britt himself now has taken that over. And then we have another ribbon cutting coming up, I believe this Friday, for Rio Creations. I also want to give an update. The Columbia Beach Community Center, in coordination with Westmoreland Little League, is revamping the old t-ball field at the community center. There used to be one when I was a kid. I played on it, my sister did, and a lot of other kids our age, and it pretty much just went completely derelict. And that is well on its way and should be opened hopefully by the end of the month. Thank you. Very exciting for our kids. If we don't have opportunities like that for them to practice young locally, they don't keep up the interest and the skill set to play later. And also, it's a community field for all ages, so we expect wiffle ball, kickball, any age leagues, those kinds of things as well. So it's all ages facility. And then the last thing I just want to do is shout out to put in your calendar that our 13th annual Save the Bay Day will be June 7th. That is always the first Saturday in June. And that is free, and we get volunteers, and basically we clean up the shoreline and in town in Columbia Beach. Last year we picked up almost 600 pounds of trash. So please join us for that event. All right, that's all the announcements I had. Next up is our presentations. We have 2 very important weeks to give proclamations to. And we are going to start with our National Law Enforcement Week. All right, and the proclamation reads, the town of Colonial Beach celebrates National Law Enforcement Week, which is May 11th to the 17th. Whereas the law enforcement officers of the town of Colonial Beach serve a vital role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of our community through unwavering dedication and selfless service. And whereas law enforcement officers face daily risk and challenges to ensure the safety and security of all citizens, upholding the rule of law and preserving public order. And whereas National Law Enforcement Week, observed each year in May, honors those officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty and pays tribute to all who continue to serve with courage, integrity, and professionalism. And whereas it is fitting and proper for residents, civic leaders, and youth in the town of Colonial Beach to recognize the heroic men and women of law enforcement who protect our neighborhoods, enforce our laws, and work tirelessly for the good of the public. Now therefore, as mayor of the town of Colonial Beach, do hereby proclaim the week of May 11th to the 17th, 2025 as National Law Enforcement Week in the town of Colonial Beach, and I encourage all citizens to recognize and honor the service and sacrifice of our local, state, and federal law enforcement officers and to show appreciation for the dedication to the communities they serve. So. And Officer Tate won Officer of the Year as well. I can't remember if that happened. Yeah. Congratulations to him. Well deserved. All right. And the month of May is a busy month because the week following National Law Enforcement Week is National Public Works Week, which is May 18th to the 24th. And so we will do both proclamations tonight. The town of Colonial Beach hereby proclaims National Public Works Week, May 18th to the 24th, whereas public works professionals are essential to the planning, construction, maintenance, and operation of the infrastructure and services that support the health, safety, and quality of life in the town of Colonial Beach. And whereas these dedicated individuals, engineers, technicians, managers, and frontline employees work tirelessly at all levels of government and within the private sector to build and maintain vital systems, including transportation networks, water and wastewater treatment facilities, don't we know that, solid waste management, and public buildings. And whereas the efforts of the public works professionals ensure the functionality, sustainability, and resilience of our communities, and their work often goes unseen but is always essential to daily life. And whereas it is important for residents, civic leaders, and youth in the town of Colonial Beach to understand and appreciate the role of public works and support continued investment in the systems that sustain us, now therefore, as mayor of the town of Colonial Beach, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th to the 24th as National Public Works Week in Colonial Beach, and I encourage all citizens to recognize the contributions of our public works professionals and to participate in community events and activities honoring their service. Thank you. All right, we're moving right along tonight. Next up is public comment, but it's general public comment like I mentioned before, so this, we will hold off on the public hearings, which are the adoption of the capital improvement plan, the tax rates, all of those things. So this is just an opportunity for general public comment at this time, and then we'll call up those individual public hearings, okay? During public comment, I ask that these guidelines be followed. We do ask that you come up to the podium, and for the record, please state your name and address. If you'd like to be contacted, please provide your contact information to the clerk, and I think there's also a place on the sign-up sheet to do that. Make your comments to the council as a whole. Be brief, state your position, and provide facts. You may provide written statements and supporting materials to the clerk as well, and she'll distribute them to council and the town manager. Debate with us is prohibited, but we will follow up on comments, and that is also provided by the town manager, so make sure you leave your information with the clerk if you would like to be followed up with. Speak clearly, as we want to hear what you have to say. And the council will try to hear everyone who wishes to speak on any subject, and the comments are limited to 5 minutes. Time cannot be transferred to another speaker. If you represent a group, you may wish to identify the members of your group who are in attendance. And after public comment is closed, and after we're done with all these public hearings, I really encourage you to stay as the council engages in dialogue and deliberation on each item. So with that, we'll open up the general public comment portion right now. Is there anybody signed up for that?
First, I have 3 people signed up. First up is Mr. John Heath.
Welcome.
My name is John Heath. I live at 52 Virginia Avenue. Excuse me, and I am the chairman of BAM, Beach Arts, Music, and Mentoring. I have an announcement and a comment, if I could. The announcement is that this weekend, we're doing a fundraising event. We're calling it the Around Town Scavenger Hunt. We have a lot of scavengers signed up. And it's a fundraising event for BAM. The funds we raise from this go towards a number of things, including the scholarships. We just gave out scholarships to every one of the seniors who applied for a scholarship in the amount of a little bit more than $10,000. But that, thank you, but that comes from the community, and that comes from the money we raise from events we do and donations we get and so forth. One of the main things we do with the money we raise is the elementary and middle school have an after-school program which is funded by a federal grant called the CLC grant, which funds these kids after school. They get a small meal, and then they have study time in various subjects, and they have to have a community partner, and we're their community partner. And our part of it is that we do things in the enrichment period. One of the periods they have is called an enrichment period. So we get volunteers for the community to come in and talk to the kids about all kinds of things and do art with them, do music with them. Some of you may know Barry Millward, who is Joni, the Osprey lady's husband. He used to sell airplane parts, and he came in one time and showed the kids how to make paper airplanes and talked about the aerodynamics and all that kind of stuff. So it's supposed to be non-academic. We're supposed to teach them something, but not reading, writing, and arithmetic. The reason I bring it up is because the budget which is being discussed right now in Washington completely eliminates after-school programs. I think that would be a terrible thing for the kids of this community and many other communities. And I would like to ask the council to, if they need more information on it, I'm glad to provide it. But I would like to ask them to discuss it and to forward something to Representative Whitman saying that this community supports the after-school program. Sorry, it's emotional for me. It's a vital part of a lot of these kids' educational experience, and it doesn't cost that much money for the benefit that is given out. So I would like to ask the council to consider that, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Larry Henson.
Welcome, Mr. Henson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Sorry I'm 5 months late from congratulations you guys on re-election, and new town council members, congratulations, and the one got re-elected as well. I mean, I understand last month was a lady that spoke about bike week or something, going in October. I don't know much detail about it, but I like to also just add to that whatever she said, 'cause I do not know the details, but free parking, because I understand last year the free parking was paid by the Chamber of Commerce. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard talk, so if it is true, if you can avoid nobody pay, because town and the folks in the town who have the businesses, which all are, as you know, the Chamber of Commerce. So everybody need to make money. I'm sure you have made money the last 2 or 3 days of that time frame during the week, so I appreciate it. No parking fees at all. That'd be terrific. So I tell all my friends and everybody, come, have a great time at Colonial Beach. As we know, the playground of the Potomac. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henson.
Next is Mr. Tony Siciani.
Welcome, Mr. Siciani.
Hello, everyone. Tony Siciana, 210 Azalea Road. Couple things. One, anyone can raise taxes. You don't need a professional to raise taxes on the citizens. And it takes a group of professionals to figure out how not to raise taxes directly on our community. That's for that. So, the American Disabilities, this town's going crazy over, wow, the sky's falling. It's not falling. I gotta tell you, I did so much research, called the departments. They gave me some places to review and research I did. How many disabled people are in this town? 1,000? 500? 100? How about 5? The town's not required to make dramatic changes in their town for 5 disabled people. You have to make reasonable accommodations for them on their daily travel or where they go. I want to go to Lenny's. Can you go to Lenny's? Yes. You get the 5 people together and talk about what's going on. Number 2 is the sidewalks in this town. It's fair to say that the town was 1892. There's sidewalks in this town. They're literally in the old section that are 100 years old. And I assure you, you cannot reproduce the quality of work that went into those. They're still here. The concrete isn't made anything like it is today. I'm experienced. I spent years in the construction and concrete and driveway and sidewalk business. So, since we're not required, and you'll find out eventually that we don't have to change all the sidewalks in town or widen them or anything, my suggestion is do a total review. There's probably sidewalks in a town you don't even want to do anything with. No one goes on them. I've been through the whole town driving around with my wife. So the town areas that are publicly used every day, you take a review of it, and you replace the broken ones. Just replace them. And number 2 is the ones that are uneven. You can actually get the new device that contractors have to help level the concrete. It lasts for years and years. And then do some cosmetic work on it. Maybe that people that own the property in front can trim them up, clean them off, and make them look respectable. That's probably the first thing you see is, why I can't walk here. But you really can. And correct me if I'm wrong, there was a mayor in the past that commented, if you can't walk on the sidewalks, use the street. That probably wasn't an appropriate answer. So much neglect is done with a lot of things in the town. It isn't this group's fault. It's their problem, but not their fault. So give them a chance to reconcile what's going on here and really learn what we should do. Just give them a little chance. Oh, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for the general comment, is there anybody else that'd like to come up? Sure, come on up.
Good evening, Will Knuckles, 204 Monterey Avenue. First, I wanted to start out with, you're going to hear from me a fair amount tonight over this and the public hearings too. I just wanted to say that a lot of what I'm going to say tonight, actually I guess all of what I'm going to say tonight, is based on my love from the town and primarily the people that are here. I could not be more enamored with my neighbors, the people that I've met here, the beautiful environment that we have. And a lot of what you'll hear, it'll sound like I'm not happy here, is about the fact that I'm trying to protect those things and that I have a deep, deep feeling of love for the people here and the place that's here and feel a great need to dedicate some of my time to particularly help and protect the people that have been here before me, some of them multiple generations before me. And I think that's deserving of some time and attention. Comments of things that are not already going to be dealt with in the agenda, right? I'd like to talk again about sustainability, right? We had this resilience plan, which seems to have been sort of like moved on from. I haven't seen much attention to it since then, or the topic at all since then. I think this is generally a problem we have in our governance structure, is we tend to lurch from topic to topic, and we don't really sort of stay the course on things long enough to really see them actually bear fruit. In that sense, like the state just announced that, hey, you want to deal with some mitigation for some repetitive flood lost properties, right, that are happening. Actually, our last report said we don't have any. The state actually says we have repetitive lost properties, right? So there's this weird mismatch of going, nobody's really tracking this. But the state believes that we have a problem. We don't believe we have a problem. They believe we have a problem, and they're even offering up grant money with a very short time to actually go get the grant money. So this to me is because like we've sort of lost track of this topic already, even though this was as recent as just a few months ago. The same thing with about trailer parks, right? So we talked about, hey, we were really concerned about trailer parks down at the Point because nobody wanted them down at a particular property down there. But we didn't go through the more thoughtful process of saying, since there was so much move against them, to say maybe we should just ban them in the flood zone, period, right? This type of activity in a dangerous place might not make sense. But there was no follow through. We just sort of said, like, that transaction's not going to happen. Let's just move on, right? And we're looking at the next thing, right? So if there was some sense of continuity and really a group of people that sort of followed things, and I've argued for this before about the fact that part of the problem we have is it's really stovepiped. I still believe that your liaison concept makes no sense at all, that each one of you is working on just a tiny piece of this, and there's not a lot of collaboration. It's an anomaly. It's not completely unique, but it is an anomaly in the state, and actually an anomaly sort of nationally in governance structures, to say that there's not some way that y'all are consistently working together as groups, that then that group thought is actually brought to the broader body. Because a lot of this stuff is just too hard to do on your own. And I think you're going to hear a lot about that tonight on the finance side. But I think that spans into other areas as well. Another piece I'd like to follow up from the last meeting, we talked about that when they had the report about how things are going with our sewer treatment plant, about the fact that there was a few thousand gallons spilled. I think the folks to get a scale of what we were talking about, because it's kind of hard to visualize what large volumes mean. If you see like a fuel delivery truck coming to the 7-Eleven, right? One of those great big tractor trailer. That's sort of the scale we're talking about. And had that weeks later not at a public forum like this, where only a few people were attending, nobody would have known about that, because we don't have a mechanism that says every time that we make a mistake bad enough to have to tell the state about it, that we also tell our neighbors. Right? To me, that ought to be automatic, because we already have the mechanism to say, like, we already do the reporting requirements, or already telling the state. We just don't tell the people that live here. Until maybe weeks later somebody goes to a meeting, and we hope a contractor then actually brings it up as part of their briefing. There's no reason, if the state has to be told immediately, we should just tell the folks in this room and everybody that lives in this community immediately, hey, this is what happened. And then people can make adjustments to their lifestyle accordingly, right? They can decide to continue to recreate or do things or not do things, but at least people would have some information, and it would be at no extra cost or de minimis cost, because we have to do this anyhow. So I'm hoping we can sort of use those sorts of things of looking about, like, what are we already doing, and could we get more out of it? because I think efficiency is one of the things we have to go for. I don't think we'll be able to tax our way into a lot of solutions in town. I think we have to look at better ways of playing the game and trying to find just better ways of doing things, because I think efficiency and really intelligent strategies on how to make better policy outcomes is going to be our best path forward, because I don't really think we're going to have the resource. I know a lot of folks say, like, this isn't Northern Virginia, and I think they're right. There's never going to be enough money to say we can just generate enough resources to have those outcomes. If we want to have this be a sustainable, happy place to live, as it's been for quite some time, let's just play the game a little better. Thanks.
Is there anyone else for general public? Come on up. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Briscoe, 218 Dogwood Avenue. I've been here since 2008, owned a home since 2010. So about 8 years ago, there were water meters installed that hiked the water bill up to provide for the expense of the water meters that were never used. One thing I noticed about this town in the time that I've lived here is they use this water bill as a tax. It's found money. Anytime they want more money, they raise the water bill. So now it's water bill plus the rental of a trash can. I have 2 trash cans just like the one I have to rent. But I thought that the rent was supposed to go away this year. I didn't think we were supposed to pay the $35 or whatever's taxed onto that for the rest of our lives. Why aren't we using the water meters? We have them installed. They were brand new 8 years ago. The expense was paid, and they made sure everybody in this town had a water meter, but they were never used. I feel that the water sewer bill is just found money, and y'all are using it as a tax. And to be quite honest with you, I think we're trying to run this place like Alexandria. I'm not real sure why everybody on Public Works needs to drive a brand-new truck. I'm not sure why we need so many brand-new trucks. It's a small little town. When I first came here, they were driving around in older vehicles and little pickup trucks that they've had for years and years. Just in the last probably 8 years is now everybody's driving a brand new truck that works for Public Works. And I don't know, I think there used to be a lot more retirees, a lot more elderly people here in Colonial Beach. And I've noticed in my time being here, that's diminished. Yeah, some of the elderly have passed away, but a lot of them have moved away because they can no longer afford to live in the town of Colonial Beach. And if that's what you want, is a town like Alexandria or DC, I don't know. This is a kind of a backwoods place that these people don't make a whole lot of money here. A lot of these people are on fixed incomes, and y'all are just raising the taxes and increasing the water bill. One year the water bill got increased twice in the same year. It seems kind of crazy to me. It seems kind of reckless. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you leave your contact information, Mr. Briscoe? Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Okay. All right, with that, we're going to close general public comment. And before we get into all the public hearings, I just wanted the staff to do a brief overview of the one topic that they're all related to, which is the budget. And then we will do them consecutively in the order that they are in, okay?
Can I ask, do we sign up individually for the public hearings, or how do?
Correct, yeah, there were papers out ahead of the meeting. Mhm. And you can still sign up, I mean, same deal as I do with general public, still allow anybody. Mhm.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. We're going to do a little brief overview of the budget that was presented on April 16th. Excuse me? Oh. She's got the budget up there, sorry.
Okay, CIP then budget, okay.
So the first public hearing you have this evening is relative to resolution number 15-25, adoption of the Colonial Beach Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. The Virginia Code 15.2-2239 requires a capital improvement plan be prepared to carry out policies adopted through the comprehensive plan for the locality. The code provides that the local planning commission may, at the direction of the governing body, prepare and revise annually a capital improvement program for 5 years. The CIP is a planning tool for capital infrastructure and asset needs, and due to the size of these various projects, the timeline, and the nature of the identified needs, it is intentionally a high level with budgetary and scope approximations in the document. In January of this year, the Planning Commission, after a public hearing, voted to recommend the capital improvement plan that you have before you to you for this time frame for fiscal years 26 through 30. Since that time, there have been some modifications to the plan based on some comments from council, and so staff has added those comments to the capital improvements plan, specifically the comments relative to showing the approved projects or projects that were completed from the last capital improvements plan, and then also breaking down the projects by fiscal year and what was anticipated as far as each fiscal year as far as an anticipated cost. And then also adding from each of the department heads a request sheet, or a sheet that would summarize the identified need, offer a priority for that need, and then a description and also justification for each of those needs. There are 23 needs identified in the comprehensive plan, so there's a sheet separate for each of those, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I think we're just gonna do a brief overview, and we'll go ahead and follow it immediately with the budget overview, and then that way we can do the public hearings in succession. Thank you.
Okay, a brief budget presentation. We will move on to budget impacts. Next slide. Next one. Our impacts for this budget, economic uncertainty right now. We've got continued inflation. The cost of goods and services are going up. They're actually rising faster than we can generate revenue. Let's see. You can keep going. The school required local match increased by $181,000 from last year. We have issues with our sidewalks. We have to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We're under consent order with the DEQ, and we are trying not to raise taxes. Let's move on to, keep going, next slide, general fund tax rates. The only change that we had put for tax increases was to the transient lodging taxes in the budget that was presented, and that's a 2% increase. Next slide, please. Things that we did to balance the budget, we deferred multiple positions. We declined an addition of a crossing guard. We reduced our grant writing position to a part-time. This presented budget has no cost of living increase for our staff. We cut out some software that had been requested for 2 years, and we cut out Parks and Rec's request for replacing the slide and getting a new mini golf course. We cut funding for our consulting, and we reduced our budget to replace outdated computer equipment. Next slide. Just a brief overview of what brings in our revenue. Our largest revenue generator is our real estate, followed by our meals, lodging, and cottage taxes. We can go to the next slide. Just some highlights for the revenue. Our real estate tax assessment did increase by 2.5%. The personal property tax assessment decreased by 4%. We are going to add our personal property tax collections to the company tax, who is currently doing our real estate, and hope that will generate some delinquent tax revenue in fiscal '26. And the only increase was to, like I said, the transient lodging. Next slide, our expenditures. Our biggest expenditure is our school system, with 30% of our generated revenue going to pay for our school system. The next biggest one, as you can see here, is our public works, followed by the police department. Go next slide. Highlights, we're not getting any kind of cost of living increase, as I said, for our staff, but the school staff is receiving a 4.5%. The budget we propose is only 5.7% higher than last year's, although I'm sure the inflation is higher rate than that. We didn't add any new staff. We deferred any vacant positions, and just a couple of highlights and some increases. 3.8 increase in the cost of our healthcare premiums, and a 5.7 increase in the school required local match. We move on to the water. Just a brief touch there. Our expenditures have continued to outpace our revenues. Pretty much the only source of revenue we have, go to the next slide, is our water service fees. The fees are not a tax, they're for the service you receive. That generates 85% of our revenue. And then go to our expenditures. Right now, the cost of maintaining the water service is 70% of the budget, and we have almost 30% of debt service to pay. Go on to sewer. Just quick, brief impacts on the sewer. Our revenues aren't keeping track with our pace with our expenditures. The charges for service have not been adjusted in proportion to our growth in our expenditures. We are obligated under the consent order by the DEQ, and we're estimating there's $33.6 million upgrades needed for our wastewater treatment plant. And the proposed increases on the sewer would be an annual increase of less than $75. Let's go to the next slide, our revenue. 73% of our revenue is generated by the sewer service we provide. This budget actually includes a percentage, 15.48% use of reserve money. And then you see the other small ones, connection fees, wastewater processing fees that we get from the county for processing their wastewater. We'll move on to the expenditures. The treatment plant makes up 66.8% of our expenditures. In the sewer department, who maintain your sewer lines, it's only 24%. We only have a 9% debt in the sewer department. And that is a brief overview of the budget.
Okay, thank you. All right, as we get in to the public hearings for each individual item, The first one starts with the capital improvement plan. So that will be public hearing resolution 15-25. The same guidelines to be followed as were mentioned for the general public comment. So come up to the podium and say who you are and all the same things. And so we will start first with opening the public hearing for resolution 15-25, adoption of the Colonial Beach Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal year 2026 to 2030. And that'll open the public hearing at 6:50 p.m.
We have one signed up, Ms. Paige Williams.
Welcome, Ms. Williams. Mhm.
Hi, everybody. Paige Williams, 1535 Irving Avenue. First of all, I'd like to commend whoever updated, like she was mentioning, adding like what it actually was and what you mentioned earlier about it made it a lot easier for the public, me, myself, and even council, I'm sure, to understand what was written down, to actually understand what it is. So I'd like to commend you for that. There's a lot on here that I think is needed. But there are some things that I think aren't needed and should hold more priority over other things. The first one, looking over it, was the Dwight Avenue extension. It's over 600,406. It's supposedly for an emergency exit to get out of town. Well, we can already do that. I don't think I think it's a waste of money, and I think it should be put to other capital improvement projects that impact citizens more, like actually the North Beach shoreline erosion and the Monroe Bay Avenue shoreline area. Those actually, have a great impact on people. So that's my opinion about that. And then I don't think the municipal and emergency operations center study is really necessary. That seems like it's just, we don't have a municipal center. I think, that's 50,000, and it's not even a lot of money, but it's not about the money. It's just, are we gonna build a municipal center? A municipal center would cost a lot of money to build. And when we have all the infrastructure issues we have, I don't think we even should be thinking about a municipal center. Also, I noticed there was a communication system. People were asking about meters. So I was wondering if you guys were thinking about it in the future, because there's a communication system for water meter system on the capital improvement plan. And it says phase 1, replacement of communications modules to read individual water meters remotely, cost $90,000 per year for 2 years, estimate 6 months to complete. As expensive as that is, it would, I don't think it's really fair for some people to pay for, hardly using any water, and other people paying for a lot of water. I don't think it's fair. I'll get into that later, though. That's the water sewer capital hearing. I think that's about it. Again, thank you for listening. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on the CIP public hearing? Welcome, Mr. Knuckles.
Hi, Will Knuckles again. I also appreciate the fact that some additional detail was provided, and I think that's actually good because some of my remarks are going to be talking about that additional detail and the fact that it is illustrative of the fact that maybe this is not quite ready for prime time and ready to be passed in its current form. The plan as it is now, right? Normally, you talk about budgeting and you're looking at future planning. You're talking about capital improvements, things you actually want to have better. You're talking about replacement reserves for things that actually wear out and need to be replaced, that are things that tend to be multi-year in nature. And then you tend to have maintenance costs. Maintenance costs are things that happen annually, and those get rolled into budgets normally, right? But here we have a hodgepodge of things that actually literally say annual maintenance, but they're in here as capital improvements, but they're not in the budget, even though they're showing as, up for funding next year. That's relevant in part because in prior meetings, publicly, we were told as the public that the fund that used to support these sorts of things is zeroed out, right? There's no money. So this would actually come from, when it says town, it means like that actually comes like out of the budget or out of our money that was previously put in the bank, right? So it draws down the money we either already have taxed people for, or it's going to be new money that's going to have to be raised in order to pay for these things. So I think some scrubbing of this to actually get the capital improvement plan to relate to actual capital improvements, and then to have a document that actually looks at replacement reserves for things that tend to routinely wear out, even though they're not an annual, they're a multi-year thing that need to be replaced. And then the actual capital improvements, right? That would actually be a good way of formatting that, because I think it would be much more digestible. It would be better for the public to understand, and I think it you make more thoughtful planning decisions in terms of when you're thinking multi-year, because this is supposed to be a multi-year way of thinking. But it's sort of a mismatch at the moment. So I'm going to go through a couple of the individual things that are in here that caught my eye. First one that comes up with the Dwight Avenue piece, that was true. I agree with the last speaker, the fact that there actually is alternative ways to get around. I don't know why this is such a priority. It is, although there is a fair amount of state cost share to this, the town's piece of the puzzle on this is substantial, and I don't know that that's exactly the right time when we're suffering other infrastructure problems that are so grave at the moment, like stormwater management, an operating sewer treatment system, not just a plant, but system that actually works correctly, and other things in town. Let's go to some of the individual ones. The beach and rip-rap nourishment piece. I talked about the fact that I, as an engineer, minded person, fundamentally agree as a coastal engineer trained person as to what happened in terms of the design work. I FOIA'd and said, like, hey, could we get all the documentation that relates to worksheets, designs, surveys, engineering documents that relate to that work? And the answer is there are none. The only answer is the total number that was in the PowerPoint. So I presume we're still lacking all those things, but here in this document it says we're going to continue to do that every year. Which, A, to me, it's a maintenance item if it actually is going to be annual, and B, the justifications for these things that are listed here don't seem to have any substantiation. Either that or the FOIA request wasn't followed, right? And there is documents that are just not being turned over. So that certainly seems to be alarming to me. The other part is that you're talking about in the justification for this, mysteriously, it's the exact same amount of sand, rock, and riprap that was done this year has to get done annually. And I don't understand how that's, like, how are you going to rebuild the revetments, the breakwater, sorry, over and over again, right, every year? At triple the cost that it was 2 years ago, by the way. So that's sort of a thing that's a bit puzzling to me. Sidewalk repairs only has the part of town that was listed as part of the legal order that said you have to do this, which means that if somebody didn't manage to complain and do an ADA filing, that's actually not going to happen. Which to me just tells the public to go like, okay, if my street's not covered, I guess I have to like put y'all in harm's way legally too, file an ADA complaint. That's not a rational way of looking at capital and capital maintenance, right? Because that's a maintenance item, a long-term maintenance piece that should be in replacement reserves. As you look to the next part about town pier replacement, again, if it's $60,000 a year, that's just a maintenance cost. That belongs in the town budget. That doesn't belong in a capital improvement because you're not actually making something better. You're just keeping it from falling apart. It's maintenance, right? The parts about Eleanor Park and Azalea Park, about the funding for this is supposed to come from the grant. That's not a grant in the way most people think of grants in terms of like free money that came from somebody else. That was the town selling its development rights to a parcel, and therefore we got some money back for that. So saying that it's unavailable for other purposes, given the needs that have come up more recently, I think that y'all might want to rethink that. I'm certainly a lover of parks and these things, but I am concerned that we have some bigger bigger problems. There's a
Thank
number of other
you.
things. I'll provide these in writing, but the number
Thank
of
you,
other
Mr.
issues
Thank you.
continues page after page.
Thank you. We have several more public hearings to get to. I want to make sure we have time for everyone. Is there anyone else for the CIP? Okay. All right, we will close that public hearing then at 7:02. And then go to the next one, which is the public hearing for ordinance 767, amendment to town code. This is a taxation public hearing. This is for 1 penny on the real estate tax, and I just want to update from before we open this, that this was a alternative to the 2% in lodging tax, because they equivalent to about the same amount. So we put them both at public hearings. We'll hear about both items and have an opportunity for the public to speak on either one or the other, or you can speak on both, okay? All right, so next up, ordinance 767. I'll open the public hearing for that at 7:03 PM. All right.
I have two signed up. First is Mr. Nigel Long.
Welcome, Mr. Long.
Nigel Long, 115 Lynn Haven Court. Madam Mayor, Town Councillors, you've actually, of course, answered my first question. I was very confused about seeing two public hearings on what I had understood from the previous meeting to be exactly as you said, which is that either the Town Council would consider increasing our real estate taxes by 1 cent, or there would be a charge on the cottage and lodging tax. I don't think that was clear from the documentation that came out with the agenda, and I'm glad to hear that clarification. I thought of making this a conversation about the price of eggs, because certainly the prices I've been paying in Food Lion or Walmart or any other store here in town have gone up by more than 1.28% in the year. And a 1 cent increase from 78 to 79 cents is less than 1.5% in the costs of our real estate. So while I understand that many of us are on some versions of fixed income, I think many people's fixed incomes have gone up by more than 1.5% over the course of the year. And so I don't see the amount of the increase as being untenable, unpleasant though it is to pay more for anything, including eggs. My concern, I'm afraid, is on the other side of things. With the potential increases in cost, whether we're talking about, I know trucks come into the CIP, but all sorts of things that could be impacted, at least in the short term, by increasing tariffs. I'm almost concerned that we may not have enough buffer in our budget to be doing all the things that we did last year and only spending 1.25% more. And I am very concerned about the town staff who are not receiving any cost of living increase, unlike those of us, even on Social Security, who received a small increase this year that get additional money. So I hope your decisions are good ones to maintain both the morale and quality of staff that you have here and to continue doing what you've been doing for the town. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Paige Williams.
This is for the real estate, and you said you can speak for both.
You can speak for both?
What's the other one?
The cottage tax?
Paige Williams, again, 1535 Irving Avenue. I really don't have a lot to say about it, except for council needs to I saw all the spending cuts that staff did already, but I really think you need to cut more. I don't want you to raise real estate tax. I don't want you to raise cottage tax. I don't think we have a tax problem. I think the town government has a spending problem. I think they spend it on stuff that's not needed, whether it be a study or this or that. It all adds up. And I just think council needs to work really hard on making even more cuts so you don't have to raise any taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this one? Come on up. Welcome, Tony.
Hi there. Okay, so I'm 100% opposed to increasing any tax directly on the citizens, period. What I'm not opposed to is a usage tax on anything. You use it, maybe you pay a little extra. Like in Washington State, they have over a 13% tax on alcohol. They still buy it, doesn't matter. Same with cigarettes. They could be $25 a pack, they would still buy them. I don't have any problem putting more tax on that. And the lodging tax, it's low now. Just do examples of anywhere else. It's a usage tax. You don't stay in town. You don't stay in town. Someone else stays in town. Oh, by the way, it's $25 more this year on your rental. No one's going to say, I'm not coming here for $25 extra. They're coming to vacation. They'll buy everything in town. Watch them line up. So usage tax, if you want to raise tax, that's the only place you should be looking at. And there's another concept could be used, is a temporary tax that goes away after, say, 3 or 4 years, gone. And there's nothing to do about it. If you want to relook at it, put tax back in, put the tax back in. But give us some flexibility here. We don't need to pay any more property tax. We don't have to pay any more personal property tax. Nothing direct on us. Sewage, treatment. Give the town a break. Find it somewhere else. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Will.
Hi again. Do I assume that since we're doing 2 public hearings back-to-back, that if I need to, I get the time for both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's start with the part about the real estate tax, right? It's the
Oh,
first one up.
Just to clarify, you'll get 5 minutes now, and then we'll have to open and close that public hearing, and you'll have 5 minutes then.
Oh, so
You
we're
can't
only
run
on the
them.
first public hearing? Okay,
Correct.
that's fine, that's fine. You're asking the public to sort of come here and opine on whether or not, you know, we would like this tax change or that tax change, right? So you just sort of put that pairing right before us, where we don't actually, you know, we have a budget, right, which, by the way, keeps changing between what I've heard, between what has been shown to the public earlier in the year, what the town manager is sort of doing based on individual input from y'all to sort of change the numbers, and that those changes and stuff aren't sort of a live document that we can even see to really understand. But I do know the fact that y'all have not said unanimously that y'all all agree with what the staff has proposed. So you're acting as if that has to happen, and therefore we're going to have to raise more money, and now you're asking us about how you would like us to be taxed, right? So it seems to me that you should have first started with an agreement on whether or not all of those increases are actually necessary increases, because I have a feeling that y'all are unanimous about this, right? And then you could say, now that as a body you agree to what the up or down needs to be, how would we like to change tax policy as a result? So it seems to me that this is just fundamentally out of order. As it relates to real estate tax specifically, though, I would say that, you know, people talk about the fact that we have programs in place to protect people that are at the, you know, most vulnerable, harm's way. I think that we need to revisit that collection. If we're going to go for real estate only as the way to do this, that we need to look seriously about whether revisions in those provisions are actually going to be sufficient. We've heard time and time again in this chamber about folks that are on fixed incomes and had planned their retirement, or life had just changed to where situation to where it is their income is fixed, that there aren't really programs sufficient to make their living here viable in the long run. And through these tax changes, in part, we keep moving the ball on them, right? We sort of say, you know, hey, make your plans for the future, and then the goalpost keeps moving. So it seems to be somewhat fundamentally unfair if we're not going to have provisions that have mechanisms in it to cushion that phenomena. Right? Even if you had to say on aggregate we have to raise a certain amount of money to provide ways to actually have more protections than we currently have, because I believe we've heard repeatedly from, you know, our neighbors in town and the folks that actually can get here at this time, that even with the status quo, without this raise alone, they're really struggling. So I don't know that, you know, one versus the other. I think, like I said, I think that's a weird thing to sort of put us in the position of saying, pick a tax increase for some number. We don't know what we're targeting in terms of the total number. But certainly, if you end up going down this road, don't just do this as the only step and walk away from it. Say that this is the beginning of something and that you're going to have this come forth by the time you vote on this as a package of provisions that talk about rate increases as well as mitigation for those rate increases, so that we don't have the worries that some people have already voiced here tonight about the fact that we just run people out of town. Some of folks have been here for decades and they presumed that they were going to live the end of their lives here. There's no reason to take that away from them just because we're not doing more robust homework to figure out how we can have a sustainable budget as well as how we can have a sustainable population. And I know that's going to take some more time, so I realize that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to just go, oh, pick a number and move on, right? But sometimes, particularly when it relates to the viability of our neighbors, it's worth taking the time. And I'm a little, you know, aghast still that even though last year we talked about how late this process ran, we're running almost as late this year. And I know that the excuse is soon are going to be that, oh, we have to pass this because the state tells us we have to pass this, you know, by a certain date in the calendar year, and that is true. But gosh, when are we going to start doing this earlier so that we have time to pivot and to mitigate and to make better policy decisions? Because year after year, it seems like we're stuck in the same mode. You know, this year's only a few weeks different than the last time. And everybody agreed that last year was like not a good way to run policy. So I hope that can be done, and I hope that you will look at these comments in relation to some of the other comments when you open and close and change hearings, because I'll talk separately about those. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else for this one? All right, I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to close that. I got 7:15. I'll have to announce the open and close of each public hearing for public record, that's why I'm doing that. All right, next up, related but different, public hearing on ordinance number 766, amendment to the town code for chapter 20, which is taxation on transient lodging tax, and increase percentage of not to exceed 2%. So we will open that public hearing 7:16 p.m.
I have 4 signed up. First up is Mr. David Lipshaw.
Welcome, David.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of Town Council, town staff. My name is Dave Lipshaw. I live at 21 Weems Street. I'm a board member of the Chamber of Commerce, and I also own and operate the Plaza Bed and Breakfast here in town. I'm here this evening representing the Chamber and local business members to respectfully voice our opposition to the proposed 2% increase in the lodging tax. First off, number one, the tax was just raised 10 months ago. The town already enacted a 1% lodging tax increase. We have not yet had time to assess the long-term effects of that change. What we do know is that calendar year-to-date reservations are down. Implementing another increase now without allowing time for analysis is premature and short-sighted. Number 2, tourism growth has already slowed. Colonial Beach experienced a 64% increase in lodging tax revenue in 2023, largely from new lodging properties entering the market or being brought on by Airbnb numbers. So in 2024, however, the growth flattened to just 2%, despite the addition of even more listings. This trend signals uncertainty, not strength, in the tourism market. While we appreciate the reported 20% increase in year-to-date lodging tax revenues for fiscal year 25, it's important to note that this was driven by exceptional weather in July, August, and in October, especially for Bike Fest. What we saw was a 10% increase in revenues from prior year in July, 11% in August, and 22% in October. Those 4 days of Bike Fest were the best weather we had and the best attended. Other months, though, showed declines. September was down 6%, November was down 10%, and December was down 1%. Number 3, the proposal undermines our regional competitiveness. Guests who book through platforms like Vrbo, Expedia, Booking.com, Hotels.com are already subjected to the unnecessary 3.5% Westmoreland County tax, even though it does not apply within the town limits. This long-standing issue, which we understand the mayor is working on to resolve, has not yet been corrected. If this 2% increase passes, guests could end up paying a higher total tax rate in Colonial Beach than in Virginia Beach, Ocean City, Alexandria, Washington, D.C. For price-sensitive travelers, this puts Colonial Beach at a competitive disadvantage. Number 4, the impact goes beyond lodging. This tax doesn't just affect innkeepers. It affects restaurants, breweries, retail shops, galleries, event organizations, gas stations, local contractors. When overnight stays decline, the ripple effects are felt across our entire economy. So number 5, this is a big one. Legal and procedural concerns under Virginia Code, Section 58.1-3819. State law mandates that any transient occupancy tax exceeding 2% must be used for tourism-related purposes after consultation with local tourism industry organizations, including representation from lodging establishments. This requirement does apply to towns, as the statute extends county limitations under Section 58.1-3711, mutatis mutandis, to any locality, including towns, that impose the tax. Additionally, the Virginia Attorney General's Office has affirmed that this consultation and tourism-related allocation is not optional. AG Opinion 03-032. As both a lodging owner and a chamber board member, I can confirm no such consultation has occurred. Number 6, there are better alternatives to grow revenue. Rather than raising taxes, we urge the town to focus on strategies that increase tourism and overnight stays. Digital marketing. The chamber has shown that targeted digital campaigns can directly drive visits. This increased not just lodging revenue, but also revenues from restaurants, breweries, golf cart rentals, parking meters, tourism grants. Over the past few years, the town has left tens of thousands of dollars on the table by not applying for VTC, Virginia Tourism Corporation grants. Last year alone, the chamber secured $39,000 in grant funding by managing the process in-house. Reevaluating DMO responsibilities. The town is currently designated as a destination marketing organization for Colonial Beach, a requirement for many tourism grants. Transitioning this responsibility to the chamber or another nonprofit organization could free up town staff and resources and increase access to outside funding opportunities. In conclusion, we urge the council to pause this tax increase, consult with local stakeholders as required by state law, and consider proven alternatives that support sustainable economic growth. Raising lodging taxes right now is not the solution. Smart investment in tourism and collaboration with local business community is. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, David. Right on time. Did you plan that out? You did good.
Next up is Ms. Kelly Woods Vaughn.
Welcome, Ms. Vaughn.
Good evening, Town Council, Madam Mayor, and town staff. I am Kelly Woods Vaughn. I live at 2 Cattle Bottom Drive, Colonial Beach, and I have a business down here, 24 Hawthorne. I have listened to pretty much everybody this evening speak. There have been some great points. We are trying to walk a tightrope, and there are many, many pieces that affect these decisions. I totally agree with what Dave Lipshot just said. I think there's a lot of opportunity that has been missed. People are here because they love this community. It's an affordable community, and it is a tourism-driven community. I have extreme concerns with the raise or possible tariffs and how that's going to affect business. I can say for 2025, January, February, and March, between weather and the lack of people driving or traveling due to financial concerns, affected all of us. There are 5 inns, not Airbnbs, but bed and breakfasts and hotels. I don't even know how many truly Airbnbs there are. Last count, I believe, was somewhere around 160. I understand that's a lot for this community, and it heavily affects these 5 little small businesses. We compete with them, but we have to offer completely different services. And so I am asking you to please step back, think about this very, very hard, because this is a community of small businesses. We're all doing our best to meet the demands. My insurance this year went up over $2,000. I can't find enough staff. I am very concerned about the amount of people that have not made reservations this year for the weekends that we have planned with festivals. We really need to look at this. There are tons of smart people. There are a lot of opportunities that I think that we could look a little bit more at to really make some sound decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Pam Paulson and Donna Ryan.
Welcome, ladies.
Pam Tolson from Colonial Buzz at 215 Washington Avenue.
Donna Ryan, same place.
We came here to urge the town to reconsider anything that at this point would discourage tourism to this community. We have just spent 4 very difficult months trying to keep our business alive, and we're ready to start year 7. You'd think by now we would have figured it out, but every time we try to take the next step to be able to hire more staff, to keep our prices at a level that is competitive, we're hit with something. And lack of tourism is just going to be worse on top of the fact that we're looking at a 20% increase in our inventory supplies due to the current economy. We've literally seen simple items go up as much as 30% since January due to the things that we're all facing here. Just when we think we might make it over the hill to a profit, we're hit with something else. So while we originally were coming to you to talk to about a possible meals tax increase, and we understand that we pass those expenses through, we have to raise our prices in order to keep our business viable. And if we don't, this may be a loss to the town. And I'm sure that many other restaurants are going through the same conversation. It's stunning what we're being faced with today. So I really think we need to reconsider what we can do to get people into this town and spending money, because we already know that we need 8 months of income to cover 12 months of expenses.
We don't want to raise our prices. We don't want you to have to buy a $7 cup of coffee. But we're doing the best that we can, and we can't do anything if people aren't coming to town and coming into our shop.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next is Ms. Paige Williams.
Paige Williams, 1535 Irving Avenue. I agree with everything all those people said. The beauty of a small town is the little businesses, the small businesses. And it's hard for them to survive. And then you put on top of that a seasonal community, it's even harder for them to survive. I agree with what Mr. Lipshaw said about there's a ripple effect. Yes, you might be taxing the lodging tax, but if those people aren't staying at the hotel, they're not going to go out to eat. You know, they're not going to get, you know, they're not going to get the revenue to eat. Also, I heard somebody say once that, oh, well, they won't notice it in their hotel bill. They don't look at their hotel bill. People notice. I have a husband that's very money conscious, and he looks at receipts and bills, and people will notice on that hotel or cottage bill that, wow, it's a lot. And I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, no, not a good idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Is that everybody that signed up, Heather? Okay, so we are still on the transient lodging tax public hearing, ordinance number 766. Is there anyone else from the audience that would like to come up and speak?
Wearing a path on the carpet. So Will Knuckles again, 204 Monroe Bay Avenue. First of all, I hope that you're leery of having anything that relates to budgeting that is crucial if you're looking to stem a shortfall, which you believe that you are trying to do that relates on unknown incomes. We've already heard from some of our business owners that they're concerned about some of the trends that seem to be happening, and now that we're in sort of a post-COVID world, some people could consider this normalizing as to what future business may be like. Other folks have mentioned things as simple as just weather patterns, right, that affect everything from people coming to town to stay to folks that are our neighbors in the county just coming here for a meal, but that these are really unknown numbers. Like when you apply a percentage to something that you don't know what the number is in the first place, there should be something that gives you a little bit of the heebie-jeebies and thinking about how are we going to deal with this, and you could approach it in a couple ways, right? So you could say, like, I'm actually going to have a high tax rate. I'm going to actually intentionally overtax because I'm going to really be in a jam if they don't actually sell enough hotel rooms and hamburgers in town, right, this year, that I'm going to be in a jam as it relates to the budget. Or you could actually go with just trying to break even and then try to figure out ahead of time, what is your mitigation strategy going to be if those numbers aren't hit? So I think that there's a couple ways of handling this. I haven't really heard any dialogue about that, about how you're going to deal with the real-world implications of, parts of our budget that actually deal with variables, particularly when it seems to be our variables are changing. Second of all is just the general call about wanting to have this to sort of meet this targeted budget line that we saw in the presentation. I haven't heard any briefings change the fact that we've heard reports that the last couple years have resulted in substantial budget amounts that have not been spent. What it was like, I heard the numbers like $1 million one year, $1.6 million another year sort of pointed on, which to me says that we've not done a very good job of estimating the amount of money that's coming in the first place, and we have this as sort of a multi-year phenomenon at the moment. So whether it relates to this tax or any of the other taxes, when we seem to have a track record of having too much money, and then we just had some dialogue at the prior town council meetings about like what happens if we keep overtaxing and keep getting extra money. Now we're going to find a way to stick it into a fund to actually deal with the fact we don't have shortfalls. But that's a really weird way to approach tax policy, right? To say that, we have a track record of not getting this right significantly. We want to raise more taxes. And then if we get it wrong yet again, then we're just going to sort of put the money off to the side. But in the short time of all those phenomena happening, these folks are potentially significantly hurt. But the part about saying like, hey, you can just absorb this, right? You can just sort of pass this on. To me, that says that you're telling our business community that they're pretty bad at their jobs. They actually charge less than they could, right? As if they're sort of doing something that's like a charity operation. They're pricing their products based on what they think the market can bear, as much as they think the market can bear. That's the nature of business. But as a government entity coming in and going, I think you got it wrong, right? The willingness to pay in any sort of economic model, right? I presume all y'all have done basic economics. The willingness to pay is actually higher than this. And these folks are all fools, right? They're actually all undercharging, and it won't really matter if the customer's bills go up. There'll be no impact to that. And I think that's, on the face of it, one, kind of insulting, but two, probably wrong, because I believe that they know their businesses quite well, that they're actually pricing these products, whether it be food or lodging or retail, that these are done to the level that they think that this community can bear. So these incremental changes where you put percentages on top of percentages, especially as it was mentioned, the fact that this is year on year, this is really stressful. And it builds a lot of uncertainty in the business community too. I would be really leery of looking to come into a community that keeps changing the target on me, trying to figure out, like, can I actually make a living here? When I don't know whether or not the numbers that I had projected are actually going to hold. Not just based on how good I am as a business person, but based on the fact that I'm coming into this unknown government situation where things keep getting changed on me fairly rapidly, right? That's not a good way to recruit business to town, to have this amount of volatility in tax policy. So I hope that when you're looking at this, we're not just looking at these policies that relate to this year's tax number. We actually look at these in terms of what is good for the long-term viability of the town, right? And at least a multi-year, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year viability of the town. When you think about changing these tax numbers, because they do have true impacts this year and in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anyone else from the audience on this one? Yeah, welcome.
Eric Christensen, 18 Washington Avenue, and I have the theater in town. I'd have to agree, normally I would be in support of a 2% increase on businesses, normally. But again, the businesses' prices are going up. You're going to see an increase in taxes because they're going to be charging more because their business costs more. You're already going to see that increase. So, the concerns that I've heard from them, you don't really need that 2% on top of probably a 10% increase that they're going to be charging their customers more, that you're going to see a part of that increase in cost because it's a tax on the total amount, right? Their bottom line probably isn't moving much, but your bottom line will be. I also kind of want to go back and say enforcement of what we already have on the books. Maybe we're not giving away our sewer tap fees to contractors in town. Maybe we're not giving tax incentives to bringing in more rental units into town that we can't really, we're right on the edge of being able to support, right, with our sewer and water systems. Maybe we should be cutting back on that kind of incentive program so that we don't have to increase tax revenues to pay for our shortfalls. I also want to go back and say that, we need to also look at how can we kind of skinny down or at least get a better cost share for schools, for the police department, right? I think the police department here trains everybody's police and we get nothing for it. They come here to train, they get their 2 years, which is awesome because we get the academy grads, right? This is a great training ground, but they go to Charles County, they go to everywhere else, and we pay for it. I think we really need to go back to our surrounding counties and say, hey, if you want to use us as a training ground, you can help pay for our police department so that we don't bear the entire burden of our police department. I'm not saying that the police department's bad, but I think we can pay for it in a different way. Just things like that, the grants. Our grant guy is gone. Who's in charge of getting us our grant money now? That's money that we don't have to increase taxes for because we get it from the state or wherever else we were getting it. We have a lot of that grant money that you've amended to the budget, but it's gone now. There's no, as far as I understand, there's nobody going out and actively searching for it because we lost our best grant guy that the town's ever had, I think. So I'm just trying to say, especially as a town, I don't know who the town manager is. Oh, okay. I'm just saying we need to go and we need to explore that stuff, especially, again, enforcement. I also, I'll segue a teeny tiny bit. Not that there's a whole lot of boats registered in town. Apparently, there's only 138 in the entire county of Westmoreland that are actually registered and paying taxes. But that's another source of revenue. To me, 2% on businesses is not where you want to go. You want to go after, I don't know, luxury items that are owned by rich people who pay nothing on their boat. I think that's something that we need to relook at, especially since I think that was a legacy policy from a former mayor that was a marina owner, so might be a little bit of a conflict of interest there, but I just want to make that suggestion. And thank you. Again, I think you guys are doing a good job. This is an impossible situation to be in, especially with our water and sewer. The mismanagement of decades that we're having to pay for now, that's where all the other costs are coming from. But, this is part of that increase, is to pay for all of that long-term mismanagement, more or less. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, come on up.
My name's Bill Butler. I live at 111 Mimosa Avenue.
Welcome.
And I moved here about 8 years ago to retire. And I wasn't looking for a retirement place at the time, but your mom talked me into it. And she sold me my house on Mimosa, which I have no regrets about. I love Colonial Beach. Through the years, I've seen the changes in this town and the direction it took, for good or for bad, doesn't matter. But I empathize with all the businesses that are struggling right now. And having owned businesses myself, I understand where they're coming from. My competition was in Washington, D.C., so I had to be a little more creative than most. And that's what Colonial Beach, I think, needs to look at. You need to have a draw for the town. When I first came here, we didn't have a radio station, but I worked with Tom Larson when we started up WWER, and it got off the ground. We were full of volunteers. We were just volunteers doing it. And now it's something everybody listens to every day, and it's enjoyable. And I compliment them for taking the radio station further into what it is today. But Colonial Beach itself, the town needs to do that. And in order to do that, you have to have a certain infrastructure in place and an understanding, not from a political viewpoint that you're a town council and you have a budget and you have to make allocations for funds and you have to bring in funds, but you need to bring in funds from different sources and be a little creative. We have one of the largest, I would say, possible convention centers right on the river down here, that Riverview Casino place that doesn't have boarding, so all the motels and everything would benefit from any kind of organizations we reach out to bring them here to hold their meetings there. They have a whole top floor that's never used, and even the restaurants, like 4 or 5 people at a time. But if we worked with them, or maybe the Better Business Bureau worked with them to help bring in organizations to set up their meetings there, we could have a regular 2 to 3 organizations in this town every weekend, bringing in revenue from outside. We won't have to worry about raising hotel and Airbnb taxes or property taxes, because the revenue would come in from outside. And there are some very, very rich organizations out there, and they don't have to be a full-blown organization like the Police Officers Association or the Firemen's Association or the Teamsters. There are small organizations out there like the Fleet Reserve, Navy Fleet Reserve, which would be convenient to the base right over here. We just need somebody to be a little creative in reaching out and bringing these organizations to the town and introducing them to Colonial Beach. I think in the long run, what you'll find out is a lot of these people will look to the town to retire, just like I did, and everybody will benefit in the long run. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll make sure anybody has the opportunity. We're still on lodging tax right now. Okay, all right, I think I'm going to close that one. Yes.
May I?
Hold
I
on, let
know-
me close the public hearing real quick because I
Well,
would.
this is part of it.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah, I know we're not allowing citizens to write in anymore and read them, but I'd like to at least put on the record that Kathy Bachman opposes the lodging and tax increase, and Bob and Jan Swank also oppose it from the Nightingales Marina. Linda Wright wrote in opposing that business tax increase, and then Gene Starkey wrote in opposing that increase and the water and sewer. So we just want to make sure the public knows that those are also on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to close that public hearing then at, 7:43. Sorry about that. All right, now we're going to public hearing ordinance number 768, amendment to the town code. This is for water and sewer by increasing the flat residential water and sewer user fees. I don't know if we have this, do we have a slide of the combined proposal of the fee rate? Or are they separated always with what water is and what sewer is? It's in our packet too. Okay, so the first public hearing on this is residential rate, and the second public hearing is the like-kind commercial rate. So first, we will open the residential rate public hearing. I will open that at 7:44 PM.
Have Mr. Nigel Long signed up, and then Ms. Paige Williams after.
Okay.
Nigel Long, 115 Lynn Haven Court, Madam Mayor, Town Councillors. Now we're talking about real eggs. If we are up in the 8 or 9% range, these are real increases. And now I really share what I think will be the concerns of my fellow residents about the amount here. And I guess I have to start off by asking whether, as town councillors, you feel you've had a good opportunity to review the costs, both of our water and our sewer systems, and to ensure that the monies are being spent wisely on our behalf. Obviously, you're not going to answer my question, but as you complete your deliberations, please make sure that you have reviewed what these monies are being spent on and why these elements of our costs are going up so highly, so much. Try and be grammatical. So as I reviewed this, I did zip around Virginia just to see what increases are in other parts of the state. I used to live years ago in Prince William County. Their rates are going up 9%, and they've actually locked in to a 9% increase for the next 3 years, cumulatively in their rates, and have stated that that is probably not sufficient for them to meet their obligations in eliminating toxic chemicals from their water supply, the PFAS chemicals that we hear about so much. So they're at 9%. I believe Fredericksburg's at 8%. So Prince George is doing, locally, is doing really well at 5%, but all significant increases as far as my research showed me. So you're not out of line with what's happening. I just ask that you consider it carefully and make sure that all these costs are really necessary functions of what needs to be spent. I have a couple of suggestions. I've heard it discussed, but it doesn't seem to be in this ordinance. The suggestion that residents should be able to pay monthly for their water and sewage charges. I think for those on fixed incomes who may come in on a monthly basis, that might make it easier for them to budget. I think the other part of that challenge is the costs of paying these electronically when we charge not only for credit card fees, which I understand, but also charge even for people who want to pay electronically by check or debiting from people's bank accounts. I hope that that's a cost. I'd like to see that as a cost that's reduced for people who need to pay monthly for these charges, so they're not spending the money in gas coming to the town offices to do this. And my other suggestion, because we heard in previous meetings that actually our collections for water and sewer bills is significantly down, and maybe that's what's impacting the reason for this cost, is that previous budgets for how many water meters we have or water connections we have maybe were wrong. I want to suggest that maybe a small discount is offered to people who pay annually in advance, so that you can improve the cash flow. Now, maybe that's not so important to the town council, but it was another suggestion that I had in terms of helping with this. And if my time isn't up yet, let me just mention, because there have already been some comments about water meters, that I'm against them, because the people who pay for water meters are the people who rent properties here and don't occupy them. They're the ones that are really hurt, not the people here at the meeting or probably the people listening to this broadcast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Paige Williams?
Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Paige Williams, 1535 Irving Avenue. Oh my goodness, I've done so many of these. Now I'm remembering what I forgot to say on the previous hearing. So I might throw that in there too. Water and sewer. No, 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 don't raise it. The first reason, you already raised it last year. Second reason, there's a lot of people on fixed incomes. And people always say, oh, well, there's help, you can get help. You have to be really, really poor to get some help. I saw a lady said it has to be less than 14,000 or something like that. But yeah, the elderly population I have a concern about. People are talking about having to leave and, so yeah, we've already raised them once. Then we got trash cans. That was raised. Now we're talking about raising them again. One of my ideas is to do a couple things and then don't raise them and come back to the table after you've exhausted all of the other things. One of them is, I know for a fact that many buildings in Colonial Beach they're like, let's say a business or a house, and they're broken up in apartments, and they have 8 apartments in them, but they're paying $300 for all of those apartments in there. People don't like unfair. They get upset. Everybody should pay their fair share. Oh, and not all people that have boats are rich, too. I just remembered that. That popped in my mind. Another idea I forgot about was, how about, and I brought this up to town council before, about there's a lot of empty, abandoned buildings, blight, and I don't like it. I'm sure nobody likes it. But what about creating a tax on abandoned buildings? I know it's been done in other localities, and it just kind of gives an incentive, like a little push to people that just get these properties and hold on to them forever. Whether, I don't know what they're doing, if it's a tax write-off, I don't know what they're doing. But, Anyway, what about creating a tax for abandoned buildings? Anyway, I lost my train of thought. So yeah, water sewer, no. I think you should look into a lot of these buildings that have multiple apartments in them, and that I know some people pay and some people don't. And, you know, maybe they can go around and do like an assessment. Maybe the town can go around to all these houses and businesses that have apartments in them where they're only paying $300 and there's 8 apartments in there. I guess what I'm trying to get at is maybe we're losing revenue by not enforcing our laws and rules. Whether it's, you know, I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I don't think you should raise the water sewer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Please, can we make sure our phones are silenced? Yeah, or turn it off if you're not sure how to silence it. Thank you. All right, is there anybody else for that one? Is there anybody else like to come up for the, yes, come on, welcome, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diane Cox, and I live at 100 Forest Avenue. And I'm new to your town, and I came here because I visited and went to all the businesses, the hotels and stuff, and decided to move here. I still have my foot in Maryland, but as far as the sewer and the water, if you raise it, great. But I don't want to have to go out and buy water to drink because your water is not suitable to drink, or even rinse my food off. I love the golf cart community. I ride my golf cart. We ride it through the pass, which I'm so appreciative of everything, and the safety on them. But I smell sewer everywhere. We ride through there, the sewer smells. So if you want to raise it, fine. I don't care as long as I can drink my water and not smell crap all through town. And when I come home, I have to redo my teeth because your roads are so bad. So as I said, I moved here. I love it here. I'm on a fixed income, but I don't care if you increase it as long as I don't have to go to the Dollar General and buy my water all the time. And those are the things that I have on my mind, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yeah? Mr. Butler,
I am against any kind of raising.
you have to state your name and address
Bill
again because
Butler,
each
111
public record is
Mimosa
different.
Avenue.
Thank you.
And mine is more of a question than a statement. Of course, I'm retired, so I would not prefer to have my taxes or sewer revenue raised. But in sewer services and water services, do we supply those outside the town boundaries? We do. So why aren't we charging a premium? We are, and increase the premium instead of increasing it on the town residents. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Knuckles.
Hi, Will Knuckles, 204 Monroe Bay Avenue again. We're talking about changing the flat rate, right? And to me, this is an oddity in and of itself, right? So we have it set so that as long as you are under, 15,000 gallons a quarter, as the policy's set up, town doesn't really care, right? 5 gallons, 14,999, right? It's all sort of supposed to be the same thing. We have not built in any programs to actually incentivize minimizing the impact on our own system. And, people talk about the meters, the fact that the automatic just sort of like read them through radio use. For the first half of my life, before these things sort of became more commercially available, people would just walk around quarterly, pop the cover up, and read the meter. Right? I've never, other than this, I've never lived in a community to where they were just sort of agnostic if they knew how much water you were using and just kind of said like, well, we don't really care, right? We're actually not going to track that on the residential side. So we have the meters, right? It's not as easy as just getting them automatically, but as a short-term step, you could actually start to measure this, right? manually if you had to, because like I said, for generations, in most communities, that's how it was done. It would be nice if we actually had the automated system, so somebody could just sit in the office, push button, that would be even better. But the fact that you're turning a blind eye to this, at the same time you're saying, hey, this is actually costing us more money over time and we need to invest more money into this, that seems illogical from a policy point of view. I actually, as an anecdote, I was talking to a friend of mine who actually, is a plumber for a living, and he's like, yeah, I just heard the other day, I got a toilet that's sort of running off. There's no incentive for me to fix it this week. If I get around to it next week or next month or whatever, it's not going to cost me anymore. It's going to cost the town more, right? I presume you're all familiar with the concept of the tragedy of the commons, right? We sort of learned this in school, that if things are essentially free, nobody really cares about, from a human behavior side, right? That's been proven, right? For a very long time, right? That's the nature of how people utilize things when there's no cost incentive to this. The other side of this is there's no incentive programs, education pieces. In other communities, they do things like going like, hey, it's good for the community. We'll give you like tablets that tell you not whether or not your public or your water system is leaking or not, right? To try to track down, because that actually affects both sides. It affects the water consumption side. It also affects the sewer side, right? Those are like pennies, right? And some communities say like, hey, if we're having problem with people not actually paying attention to this stuff, we'll come up with a de minimis cost incentive thing that gives people information. Nothing like that happens here. We don't try to help people understand their system better. We don't try to help people use less, even if they want to use less. We certainly don't say anything to people who are just like, I'm a luxury consumer and I can run my sprinkler system 7 days a week just because like it's effectively free from an incremental cost point of view. So there really sets some policy changes before we go changing costs for people, right? There are some policy changes that we could put in place to say, how about we just not have as big of a burden on the system? If we're realizing that the burden on the system is getting more costly over time, right? It would affect the drinking water side, which directly affects the sewage side, right? So I think there's a number of things we can look at before we say, hey, we need to have big cost increases. On the cost increase side, on the sewer side, I don't know how much the extra cost is going to be. There's certainly going to be some extra cost. The big spills and what our neighbors have complained about the fact that they can smell this stuff says we got problems with our system. Part of the budget justification for this was it was tied back to the fact that there's a consent order that the state is saying, hey, you have to fix your system. I was just talking to Matt Richardson yesterday from the Department of Environmental Quality about the fact that the plans that the town has said, like how much we need to fix, because I asked him, I said, I've seen documents with detailed listings of the things that need to be done. It's like 7 million or something. I've seen another document that said it's 30 million. Like, what in the world's going on? They said they haven't agreed to anything. Right, the town has put forth a proposal to say, like, this is what we think we need to do. They're reading it now, right? He's going to be presenting this to his boss this Friday, and over the next couple of weeks, they actually try to come to an agreement to tell the town, this is what you actually need to do. So you're talking about changing rates when you don't even know what your costs are yet. And it's literally weeks away, right, that you would actually have information from the state. And it's not necessarily going to be more, although they did mention the fact that some communities are having massive increases because of the cost of materials are going up, in some case doubling, which would be frightening if the $30 million that they all said was right, that actually turned out to be 60. But the other point he brought up is that communities sometimes get scared because of the court action and overplan, and that part of the feedback from the state is to scale back and not do as much because there's, in some cases, you can get to be safe and have safe water for less money. And that's part of what the feedback is going to be. So I hope you can wait for that.
Thank you.
Eric Christensen, 18 Washington Avenue. So we have been talking about that whole rate system for as long as I've lived here, and that's almost 9 years. Over 9 years now. I think we need to have, clearly the will isn't there, both on the town employee side, management side, and maybe you just don't have enough bandwidth in general on council side to really sit down and start looking at the rate plans. To go back to the capital improvement plans for the water meter things, that's because the batteries have expired, because they've been sitting in on the things for so long and they haven't been used. Like, how crazy is that, right? So why aren't we metering our water? I agree with I don't remember his name. Anyways, the one that talks all the time. I agree with him that there are ways that we can reduce our usages, which would reduce the burden on the sewer, and you don't need a tax increase. We also had this conversation last year when we increased this water and sewer, in that we didn't have the information. We were waiting for information from the state. We're clearly on a separate schedule from the state for whatever reason. And we increased rates without knowing what our increased costs were gonna be, because we weren't patient enough to wait for that rate discussion to come from the state, right? We have an estimate of $30 million. We all know how that works in the government. That's the high. I gotta make sure that I tell everybody that that's the worst case scenario, and it ends up being, hopefully, lower. But we need to go back to that rate discussion. The suggestion that I would offer at this point is that you create a commission that will bring you a rate structure. That might have some training, it might, you might have to bring in some whatever rate specialists from the state or whoever in order to talk to that council. But if you guys don't have the bandwidth to address it, because it's been on the back burner for way too long, way too long, let the town people help you. Offer the commission and say, okay, how are you gonna tier this? Are we gonna have, a senior citizen who's by themselves is probably not gonna use 15,000 gallons per quarter. I would hope not. That or their water is just running all the time. Why, the flat rate fees, it's a great budgetary mechanism to try to anticipate your revenue sources from water and sewer, but it is not a fair representation, nor is it a cost-conserving and usage-conserving mechanism in order for us to scale back, our usage. We don't have programs here like in California where they incentivize people to not waste water, to not do this and not do that. We just don't have those programs. So we've got to get back to a tiered system and use the technology that we have, that we're also planning to replace again, right? I also agree that's supposed to be maintenance and not capital improvement, but that's okay. We need to get back and figure out those rates, so that we can get to something a little bit more affordable for everybody, that kind of goes into commercial as well, because there are commercial places in town where, I know that's the next meeting, but it's kind of interrelated. Where's the rate structure? It's just a flat rate. Commercial is not? Okay, I could be wrong. Okay, well then I'll shut up because I'm wrong. I wasn't well planned for that. But anyways, we need to do a commission and figure out our meters, basically. Okay.
Thank you. All right, anyone else for the residential water sewer? All right, we're gonna close that public hearing. It's 8:05 PM. We're gonna go to the next one. We have two left. The next one is the commercial rate, water and sewer. So, same topic, but they are separate codes in our ordinances, so we have to run separate public hearings for them. So I will open the public hearing for ordinance 769, amendment to the Town Code, Chapter 21, Water and Sewer by increasing the commercial flat water and sewer fee. I will open that at 8:06 PM. Is anyone signed up for that one?
Just Ms. Paige Williams.
Paige Williams, 1535 Irving Avenue. Commercial, I kind of feel the same way about that too. No different. You know, we need to look at the existing places that have multiple places in them that are not being charged for only one bill, and, you know, maybe you can find some of the leftovers for that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Come on up.
Eric Christensen, 18 Washington Avenue. I've always, and I have a commercial property in town, so I'm not looking for a rate increase in any way, shape, or form. But there are, again, we're back to, let's not do this flat rate thing, because this is the same, if I'm correct, this is the same as residential rates. Commercial uses, in some cases, a lot more than residential does. So, again, we got to get back to the meters. I know they're out there. The other question that I had was that the packet that I saw online, and of course I didn't bring it with me, but in general it said annually, and we're taking out quarterly. Does that mean that we're not billing quarterly anymore, or is it just taking out the quarterly thing? Okay. I wasn't sure what that meant, because I think that's why it was in the town ordinance as a quarterly thing, because that's how we were billing. So I was just concerned that it's gonna, again, the perception that I got was that we are changing from quarterly billing to annual billing based on how we're wording it in the ordinance on both sides. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clarified when the writing goes in, that it's whatever plan we go to, if we're gonna bill monthly or we're gonna keep with the quarterly or whatever. I would suggest as well, maybe not for commercial as much. Quarterly for commercial is probably a little bit more palatable, but for residential, I think we should offer a monthly plan for budget purposes, right? And again, that's just, it is a little bit more administratively burdensome on the town, but it will allow people to, residential-wise, to budget better. Because that 340 or whatever it is every 3 months is a big surprise, or 414, it's a lot, whatever, it's a lot. But commercial, it makes more, that quarterly payment makes a lot more sense, because again, they can plan out a little bit better than residents can, so, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else for this one, for commercial? Welcome.
Hi, Will Knuckles, 204 Monterey Bay Avenue again. On the commercial side of things, when I'd mentioned the 15,000 gallons, that actually applies on the commercial side, right? So we actually don't look on the residential side. So that's just truly flat rate, right? So while we do have meters and we are measuring the commercial side of things, whereas most communities, most localities, with the exception of a few that have huge industrial bases, but most normal communities like us, right? As you're looking to provide more of something, if you're trying to not have overuse happening, you provide a scale that disincentivizes massive use, right? So while we're talking about changing, there is some concept here that at some point in the past, somebody said like, hey, we should look at tiers, right? Because that's actually in the code. We're talking about changing just the base tier, right? The first 15,000 quarter, right? That's the only thing that's really even on the table. But for some bizarre reason, the other tiers, which go in the other direction, by the way, they make it so that it's incrementally less as you use larger and larger volumes, right? That seems to be odd. The only places that typically do that are places that are trying to attract large industrial entities that use just insane amounts of water, like paper plants, because they're trying to protect jobs, right? We don't have anything like that at all. Right, so there's nothing here that I think justifies why you would have a scale that actually makes it so that it would look like it would be incrementally cheaper as you go into larger and larger usages. Right? The other thing that seems weird is that we have two flat rates, and that at the end of the day, the plant is producing water the same way, right? Whether it goes to a residence or goes to a business, right? And that one has a meter system and the other one doesn't have a meter. Like, that to me just seems to be fundamentally weird, right? Why you would sort of like try to track one group but not track the other group, but then you actually have flat rates, but sort of make it nonsensical as to why you're tracking them in the first place unless they're a giant user. And then when they're a giant user, you actually make it cheaper for them. Like, the whole policy, I think, behind water usage, water rates is fundamentally abnormal as it relates to other communities, particularly other communities. If your policy goal was to say, please use less and make it cheaper on the town to provide these services to you. Right? If you're hoping to use this because you're looking at this as a profit center, maybe you would do this differently, right? But if you're actually trying to say, you know, as a town, we want to provide these utilities to you, but we would like to do it as the least cost possible for the government, least cost possible for the user. And we don't seem to have policies on the residential or the commercial side that is sort of shooting for those goals. I think now, since we're talking about changing the rates, why aren't we fundamentally looking at whether or not we're doing this right at a fundamental basis, rather than having the dialogue about whether or not you think that people can actually stand to pay this much more money or not? You know, so I hope that you'll take a step back, a significant step back, look at some other communities and try and figure out what is your ultimate policy goal, and are there better ways to do this? You know, a lot of towns in Virginia, a lot of cut and paste that can happen. We've done this on other things. It was related to like planning and zoning, where we look at a bunch of other models and we'd say like, here are 6 communities from here, and these are the things. We sometimes cherry pick those, but even at this, at least there's something that says like, here's the range of policy options that other people have done. I don't understand why we're not doing this on utilities. And we're just talking about numbers. We're just talking about how much more to collect from people. And to me, it seems like it's, you know, I know it's easy to do this, but I don't know that it's either fair or efficient or going to protect the long-term viability of the town. So I just hope that better homework can be done, both on the commercial side of things as well as the residential side as it relates to utilities.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. I got 8:14. And the last public hearing we have on our list here is Resolution 14-25, the adoption appropriation of the budget and adoption appropriation of the budget for the Colonial Beach School Board. This is sort of holistically about the budget, including the school budget that has already been passed by the school board. There will not be action tonight. Rate setting has to take place at least 10 days prior to an actual budget adoption. So this is the public hearing section for that right now. All right, we're going to open that at 8:15.
Paige Williams, 1535 Irving Avenue. I only had one question about, I didn't put my number to be contacted back, so I'm not hard to find.
I was going to say, I think we can get in touch with you.
Yeah. So, and this isn't to be mean or anything, I just, it's more for transparency's sake. I was just curious, there was accidentally, the school system somehow, some way, didn't pay they did pay it. They paid the taxes late. And supposedly there's going to be a fine. And when I heard that, I'm like, oh, good God, not another fine. I mean, this town just keeps getting fined and fined and fined. And I just wanted to know how much that fine is going to be. Is that person still in their position that made the big boo-boo? And is that fine when it gets implemented? Are the taxpayers gonna have to pay that fine? Or would it come out of their school budget? I'm tired of fines. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, welcome.
Will Knuckles, 204 Monroe Bay Avenue again. This is an area I'm not a policy expert on, right? I do a lot of things, but education policy is not one of them. So this is going to be a briefer and more general than some of our other comments. I know that having our own school system is fairly rare, right, in the state, right? Having something this small serve as an independent entity. And there's some folks that are advocates for it and advocates that are against it, but I think at the moment we have what we have, right? So I think that dialogue is probably best put off for another day and to look at the reality of just what we have at the moment and how are we best dealing with it. I'm hoping that as costs are increasing, and people keep saying that education costs that put on localities are substantially increased over the recent years, that we look for ways to, again, from a policy point of view, substantially change the way we're looking at the game. The comment was just made about the time that we messed up, right? We messed up on the payroll side of things, and I know there's some avenues to try to say, hey, can we get out of the fine? And question and comments both ways about yes, we will, or no, we won't, or maybe we'll split the difference, right? But the fact that those sorts of mistakes were made at all made me wonder, like, well, why are we doing this ourselves? Is there ways that we can partner more effectively with the county on administrative burden? To write some MOUs or MOAs to say, like, can we actually combine? Because some of these are just sort of, they're not actually about in the classroom teaching. These are functions about keeping the lights on and having a school system, period. Are there ways we can have some economy of scale by becoming more effective partners with the county? I know that historically there's been some really big rifts about like not wanting to do things with each other on education. In other instances, there are some collaborative things that we are doing right now on education. So it seems to be a bit of a split brain on this part about how much we're collaborating. But I hope some serious deep dive is being done on that on the administrative side to see where can we claw back some savings, because the costs only seem to be going up. As it relates to costs, you know, in one of the budget meetings last year when people were getting really frustrated about this big burden that the town had to pay, Mayor Schick said that, you know, kind of I think in frustration that, you know, we can't do anything with this budget, right? It's not like we can take a 10% haircut off the top of the school budget because we are spending the least amount allowed by law, right? Which I define to be a pretty horrifying statement. I don't know if this budget actually relates to the same, right? But to me, that's pretty alarming to say that we invest the least that any community is allowed to invest in our kids. So hopefully that's not going to be the status quo indefinitely, because I think our kids probably deserve more than the least. And certainly the folks that said least allowable by law, they determined that like no kid should go lower than this. That's not a comfortable place to sort of be trolling around. So, you know, given the reality that it is expensive, hopefully we can find ways to minimize cost, maximize output, and then maybe in some way, maybe provide the kids more than the least. You know, my kids aren't in the system, right? So I don't have a particular dog in this fight other than the fact that I know that all of these kids are going to be the ones supporting this community in the future, right? This is our future, right? These are the people that are going to run all of this. So you don't have to have a kid in the system. I know a lot of us folks, or a lot of retired folks in this community and stuff, we should be really concerned about what's going on in our school system. And I don't think we hear nearly often enough about it. We get the reports from the superintendent, but we don't get a lot of reports about the meat of what's going on. And I hope that that tone can change and that we can have that dialogue a little more open, a little more transparent, and a little more frequent, because I think that our kids are our future. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right, I'm going to close. Yep, come on up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Anisha Thompson. I live at 101 10th Street, and I'm just coming to talk about the town employees. I know with this budget there won't be a COLA raise, but I think that looking at Real News and on Facebook, that the town employees are put down so much, and they do so much for the people of this community. And unfortunately, we have constituents that don't care, don't see that they're people. They have families, they have children, and You have 64 employees that work for you. I can tell you stuff about every single one of them, but I don't have enough time. I will say that Colonial Beach, in the town at least, when we have a pipe bust or a pipe burst, Chris Ruckty and his crew is out there fixing it until it's fixed. They don't stop at 10 p.m. That happened in the Bay. They were out of water until the next morning. When it snowed, our roads were plowed in town because they were out there working. Les's crew, the chief, Chief Parsons, his crew gets out there and they will be off and people will come and talk to them in Food Lion. They have a day off and they still stop and they still answer questions and they still do all that they can to help their community because they love their community. You have officers who don't live here that drive over an hour to work here. You have students that adore the SRO officers. You see Sally out at every event. Whether it's a town-hosted event, you see Sally everywhere. And then your finance office, they are there early in the mornings. You have people that come in early to get stuff done when it's time for cutoffs or when it's time for the water bill to be done. You have employees that come in early. All you have to do is drive by the parking lot. You have employees that stay late. They do a lot of work, and I don't think that they get enough credit for the stuff that they do. So I just wanted to say that on public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Anyone else? All right,
Madam Mayor?
yes.
I just wanted to clarify, this is for the general budget and the schools, not just the schools, correct?
Yep, that's how it reads.
Thank you.
Correct. But the school as a part of the general budget as well. Yes,
Okay, thank
both
you.
budgets together. Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:23 p.m. I just want to say how much I appreciate everybody's time, and I know it's not always easy to get up to the podium to speak, but I just thank you for coming out and doing that and voicing your opinion about it and collaborating in the democratic process that we have here. I just can't thank you enough for being here, to do that. I am going to take a 15-minute recess, give everybody a chance to stretch and regroup because I think we have a long night ahead of us. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
What's next on the agenda? Oh, is that the supplement?
We'll go back at the top to Heather, are we good to go? All right, we're gonna go back into session. It is 8:45 PM. And we've just finished up all of the public hearings. So, I'm gonna propose that we start out on the CIP, because that's where we began, and we can open discussion on the CIP, and we'll work on just that one issue at a time for right now. Okay? So with that, I'll open it up to council discussion for the adoption of the Colonial Beach Capital Improvement Plan. Anybody want to go first?
I just move we adopt it. We certainly discussed it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Then
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, so a motion for adoption and a second, so now we'll open up discussion on adopting the plan as we have it. Yes, Mr. Williams, go right ahead.
All right.
Delve in.
I'm not sure where to begin exactly on this, but I feel like we should really be going kind of line by line and discussing each item on here. There's a lot to digest. But I guess first off, we don't really have, I see there's priority types on here. Not 100% sure. Natasha, could you clarify the priority type? It's a 1, 2, and a 3, I believe.
For Darla.
Oh, there's a 4, there's up to a 4 on there.
So when we originally presented the CIP before council at the Planning Commission's recommendation, you all had asked for some sort of a rank mechanism for the different projects. So in speaking with the different department heads, we ranked the projects from 1 to 4, with 1 being the highest priority.
And I think the page beforehand explains the project stage. So if it is in progress, that is, means that resources have been committed or in some cases expended, and the project is in an ongoing state versus the planning phase, where that has not been the case.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. For me, I'm definitely not ready to vote on this tonight, but I would like to kind of make some recommendations if I'm going to go through and make some recommendations. The Dwight Avenue extension, for example, I mean, $1.5 million when we have our North Boardwalk crumbling, our sewer pipes in disrepair, extreme needs in our water sewer treatment plant. I'm just not sure that that would be a number 1 priority for me. It seems like that would be closer to a 3 or a 4. It's just my 2 cents on that. Trash truck, I'm not sure why the trash truck is in the regular capital improvement plan. For one thing, is it an actual capital improvement if we're just going to be replacing an old truck? Seems to me like it would be more of a replacement, which, I mean, it does indicate replacement on here for the 2015 truck. Seems like that should be in the trash enterprise fund, which I'm assuming one day we may have. We may never have that, but I'm hoping, at least is that next year that we're going to have that trash enterprise fund? Lisa, is next year when we're going to have the trash enterprise fund?
At the current revenue we're getting, I don't think we can turn it into an enterprise fund.
Isn't that what council voted to do, though?
We discussed it, and looking at the 1 year of data we have, it will not substantiate, it would not be able to become an enterprise fund.
Oh, okay.
It does not generate enough revenue to cover the operating expenses and the capital needs.
Okay, well, that's definitely disappointing.
I think the clarification for that is it was going to take 3 to 5 years to develop and build the enterprise fund for the trash truck, or for the trash to go forward.
Right.
So
We're-
for it to be sustainable and to continue to be a service that we can provide.
Okay, so we're not putting any money from that fund so far towards a truck? So it's going to have to come out of
All
the,
that money goes into the general fund,
in the general fund? Okay,
and that funds would be allocated through the CIP to be used for a trash truck replacement.
So I will say there's a couple options on the trash truck item, you know, just to like stay on that one topic is, there are rural development financing for trash trucks, and that, the town has done that in the past, and it's a low interest loan, and then you would, manage that if you wanted, the goal is still to get the trash service to an enterprise fund, and the reality is we need to be rate setting that they cover the actual expenses. And so if we have a rural development loan to pay for the trash truck, that would become a part of that enterprise fund strategy. I know that the town has also added those kinds of expenses and other expenses to other kinds of loan planning. But it does not have to be $300,000 in one chunk necessarily. It is generally financed out. We just don't want to finance it longer than the lifespan of the truck, which is what happened before. They financed it longer than the truck actually would keep running. So,
okay. Thank you. Another question for Lisa. To the point of whether it's a capital improvement or if it's rolled into maintenance, like routine maintenance, the beach rake, for example, it says needs to be replaced. So it's a replacement of an asset we already have. So to that point, are some of these things that we're considering to be capital improvements possibly better off being in the general budget fund instead of a capital improvement?
Any purchases over $50,000 have to be in the capital improvements plan. They're not part of an operating expense.
Okay. Let's see here. As far as prioritization, would it be possible for council to maybe postpone the vote so we can sit down and decide what our priorities are on these things? For example, I would prioritize certain things. Let's see. For example, the trash truck, which we're going to need, obviously, Chris can, I'm sure, can attest to that we will definitely need a trash truck if we're going to continue to do trash service. So obviously, that would be a higher priority than, say, for example, Dwight Avenue Extension, or maybe even, well, probably a beach rake would be pretty high on the list as well if we're going to continue to maintain our beaches. But as far as this list goes, I don't really, as a council member, we seem to get projects on a ad hoc basis. So for example, I'm not sure when the next project will come to council, but we haven't really, what we'll do is we'll get a project, say for beach renourishment, for example, and we won't say, okay, there's 5 projects that are in the queue. This is going to be the one that we're going to support first over the other 4. Instead, we get one at a time, and we don't really know if that's council's priority or not, because we don't get the choice. So just something to bring for future reference and possibly make part of this capital improvement plan. Sidewalk repairs, I know we were getting a lot of concerns from citizens on those, so that's something we may want to consider, you know, keeping at the top of the list. Trying to see if there's anything in here that maybe we could remove. Study for municipal center, I think that's something that we could probably take off the list, or I would support taking off the list. North Beach shoreline control, I don't know, are we applying, are we going to cover that with grants or not. We're only 459,000 for that project, but I know it's probably $1.5 million or $2 million. Is that the cost share portion? I'm not sure, it's not clear in here if that's the cost share portion.
For the North Beach shoreline erosion control,
Yes. Natasha, can you tell if that's cost share portion that we're estimating for 459,000?
item 14.
Wait a minute. Item 14?
So
North Beach
this
shoreline
one, I
erosion?
do believe that's the full amount. I do know that we have submitted for some grant fundings, but I do believe that amount right there stated is the full.
Okay. Oh, so we're not, that's the full amount, depending on whether we get grants or not. If we get grants, it'll be less than 459,000?
I think what she's saying is the total amount for that would be 459, and grants would help fund that cost, not just the town spending $459,000 of its own money.
Right, so that is the full amount with grants and the town. And so I know the grant that we have applied for, we've also asked for a waiver for the matching percentage so that the town would not have to match any of the grants funding.
I think when the item was reviewed, it was, my understanding was there's sort of two pieces to it. There are things that are eroded out there that need to get restored, and then there's a bigger concept of an entire shoreline project that has, like, you know, breaker systems and everything. I do not believe the 459,750 is that cost, like to your point, Mr. Williams, that is a much bigger cost, but this part would be done first. And so this would be the first step in that. And DCR has made their grant selections, but they have not been announced yet because they come out of the governor's office. So we're waiting for the governor's office to make the official announcement, and that's why we don't know yet on that item.
Okay, it's not, I was just looking in the appendix section, it's not really even clear there. It doesn't say phase 1 or 1 of 3 or full project or anything, so that's something that maybe we need to clarify.
Yeah, I asked Jerry Davis if he would come and present to us once we find out about that grant and give us a little bit more detail on it. So he's happy to do that. I think we want to wait to see if the grant submission was successful, and then he can give us more details on how that all is working, since he was, the Northern Neck Planning District Commission was the one that put that together.
Okay. One thing I did have a question about was the fiscal year funding. It looks like we got stuff in here for 2026, for example. So do we have the funds to purchase, for example, $131,000 worth of police vehicles this year? Do we have 100,000 for the, well, that's, actually it says grant, so that may come in as a grant, so I'll cancel that question. It says management of trash truck fleet to ensure collection, so that's the trash truck, 300,000 for this year. So do we have 300,000 set aside for that for this year? For the fiscal year 26? Utility plow truck, 70,000. I'm just seeing a lot of money in here for stuff that's slated for 2026. What portion of that do we have funds for?
So currently, all of the CIP projects, if you'll recall at the last council meeting, it was voted upon to come up with a CIP policy to fund the projects. So with that being voted on, there was never a mechanism to fund CIP projects. And so we have now approved a policy to come with a way to fund these projects.
So long story short, we don't have any money for these projects. Okay. And so let me ask you, Darla, when did you give us, so when did the Planning Commission give us this renewed CIP, roughly?
At the beginning of February, you all received a draft.
Okay,
The
so,
Planning Commission had recommended.
right. So now, the day that we're supposed to vote for it, we're going line item by line item. Isn't that something that we should have done well before this point? If there are questions?
I don't think so. I mean, tonight's the public hearing. I mean, it seems like as good a time as any to me, but when else were we given an opportunity? We really didn't have a lot of time the first time we talked about this to really dissect.
But we've had the documents since February.
Yeah, sort of.
Yes, sort of, no, in actuality, not sort of.
Okay.
I don't think we've had this full package, though. This full package was not presented to us back in February. It was just the draft.
You all received the Planning Commission's
Version.
recommendation of the CIP. The thing that changed as far as the list of projects was the addition of what the staff had recommended to the commission to take out was the mandated improvements for water, sewer, and sidewalks, because that's, you know, that's got to happen, so that's got to be budgeted for. The other items were capital improvement plan items that we saw and heard from the department heads as far as the needs that were upcoming. And so, you know, other than adding back in those mandates, the list is the same. We did add priority numbers and in each of the sheets that you got from all the department heads, which talk about more on the project description and justification.
I think that was about a month ago.
It was in February, April.
April, okay. I do have a question on strategy around this. The capital improvement plan is a planning document, as we know. There are not funds specifically allocated to these items at this moment in FY '26, but, you know, to the point that we need to know what on the list we're gonna afford and not afford. I think we could pass the plan as a planning document and then schedule a real work session, a real working group session around this, especially focusing on FY '26, items from the CIP, the new policy we have in place and the funds that are available in that, the financing strategies that can happen for some of these projects, and delve into getting more to our consensus priorities and have that feedback. We can have this document as an approved document and then use that to further refine it with a deep dive as a council, you know, to come to more consensus. Generally, we want to be approving the CIP ahead of the budget because you want to have that context ahead of doing your general budget. So we have a big overarching picture here. It's obviously a whole heck of a lot of money. There's a whole heck of a lot of needs. And then I think we could, you know, say this is a very robust document. Now we're going to use that in a way instead of just letting it sit there on a shelf all year. I think this is very well prepared. I want to thank the staff time for, you know, and we got a lot of public comments about how well prepared it was, that this has a lot more information to have that kind of deep dive discussion as a group. And I would propose putting that in June, you know, I'd be happy to.
Can I ask a process question?
Yeah,
Right,
sure.
so you sort of started to allude to it, but let's assume that we transfer what's gonna be $1.5 million or something to the CIP fund from the surplus dollars. What's the process, once that fund is funded, for deciding which of these items actually get done, right? Is the council still part of that, right? Okay. So we're not committing to any of the expenditures that are in this document. We're just saying it's a reasonable plan, and we're gonna have an opportunity to weigh in on the big expenditures as they come up.
Yeah, and I think, ooh, hello. To that point, I think we could get ahead of this if we do something like that in June, that before July 1, which is the start of the next fiscal year budget, we could get to some idea of what are we really going to be able to get to in this next fiscal year and not. And, you know, to the point that some projects sort of come ad hoc is a little bit true, because sometimes opportunities come up in the year to get funding for them, or something devastating happens and we have to fix it. So you can't always forecast. But if it's in this document, it is a part of grant writing for this document to exist, number one, and to pursue funds related to it. So even our legislative agenda items, they're gonna say, where's this backed up at? And you're gonna be able to point to this and say, it's in here, item number 5, 7, 9, whatever it is.
So voting for this plan is not saying that we agree with funding these things in this order and walking away as a council. We will continue to be part of the process.
It's a living document.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure.
I do want, so with the priority numbers, I think there does need to be some sort of guidelines or backbone to why there is, that number given to each project. Cause for fiscal year 2026, I mean, you basically have almost everything as a priority 1. So there needs to be some sort of justification for why is this really a number 1?
Process question.
All right, I'm gonna go Darla first, then I saw Rick, then I saw David, so we'll.
So I just was gonna talk about the priorities, because there are two things relative to the priorities. We have to remember which the council asked us to do, as Ms. Tucker said, from, the priorities, 1 being most important, 4 being less important. So we talked about those with the department heads. And then we also have in here what we looked at based on, is it a sort of a health safety kind of issue? Is it an environmental safety issue? And is it more of a general fund? So that would help too, as you're looking at the priority ones. And they vary, because we do have some environmental issues that raise up to the top, as well as health and safety issues. But I just wanted to point that out, that there are 2 ways of looking at each one. As identified as a priority 1, and yes, a lot of them fall out, because there are a lot of needs in the town. But also looking at it of which priority type area or project type it is in.
Okay, Mr. Wood, I had you next.
Actually, Darla answered the questions for me. It was the process question, and she answered it, so.
Okay, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, just, there's several things on here, like, for example, first I'd like to clarify for 21, 22, and 23. Have we got an agreement from DEQ on the consent order that was referenced tonight? I know we have a consent order that's been signed, but there's apparently more back and forth. Where are we in the process? Have they approved the suggested repairs that we're going to be making and the expenditures?
So we've submitted a project sheet to DEQ. They have just started their review. The information that we have gotten back relative to, I'll say, the sidewalks, what we have submitted for the sidewalks, they have just completed their review of that. Apparently, there was a freeze based on what's going on at the federal level on reviewing of any of those documents. And so I imagine that that is the same with DEQ. They have just now started their review. But as far as receiving any feedback. We've not received that as of yet.
Okay.
But we do know that we have items specifically identified in the consent order for us to fix.
Okay. Just so the public's aware, I'm looking at 3 line items. It's $7.9 million out of that amount there. Actually, no, it's 3.9, 2.7, and then 930,000. So I like the mayor's idea of actually meeting and discussing this and taking a deeper dive into it. It's kind of a little bit similar to the committee thing that I've been talking about in the past. But I don't see what the rush is to vote on this. It's not even due. Actually, we didn't even pass last year's until December. But we could easily wait through next month if we needed to go through and look at these things in a deeper dive. And I personally would feel more comfortable doing that myself. I mean, there's a lot of money in here. There's a lot of things that are prioritized, but they're not council's priorities. It's town staff's recommended or what they feel are the priorities. But at the end of the day, as the budget is council's budget, the CIP, I'm assuming, is council's CIP as well. And that's our extension of us to citizens, is to make sure that this is what's top priority for them.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, one of the reasons we just passed the previous CIP is because we did it with this. This came from the Planning Commission in April. It is a document that we can revise, and as you had suggested, we're going to do it at our next meeting. But there is no reason, especially when we don't have any funds to associate it, to identify these as priorities and have an approved document that we can change.
I would
So-
say one comment is
so
I think there are, there's a lot of items in here. We are 7 different individual people. There is no way, and we all have received feedback from different citizens. We're never going to agree to exactly all $33 million total over the next 5 years. Like, I think getting in the weeds into that level for a plan that is strategic in nature, or holding it hostage for somebody's personal priorities, I think would be a disservice to the work of the Planning Commission and also the more overreaching and broader needs of the community, that maybe there are things on here I wouldn't pick, but I can recognize the fact that, somebody else has. And so this just keeps it at that 50,000-foot level that says we want to have taken all of those considerations and put them in a document that these are all things that should be considered without any individual priority to them.
Quick question.
I saw Lisa's over there.
Chris, just for clarity, when we were talking about the beach riprap, it was estimated, I think, your document that you said was like 150,000 annually. So over, what is this, 26 and 4 is 2030. Wouldn't it be like 600, but this is saying 750?
What line item is that?
That is under number 5. So I just want to be clear, because 150, 26, but it has some 50, so that's the 5, okay. All right, so with it being said that we can discuss this, these numbers aren't, when we discuss it, can these be, some of these items be removed, deferred, if figures changed, stuff like that? Okay.
Oh, yeah, and they're going to be more refined as you get closer to actually doing any project.
Okay, thank.
So we have a seconded motion on the floor.
Yes, I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. See it?
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Okay. Yes. So we're going to vote on this $33 million capital improvement plan. even though we all agree that we really should go deeper into it and try to ferret out some of the more priority items that are in here, I just don't understand why we'd want to do that, but I do have concerns about some of the amounts that are in here. I don't know that I understand why some things are priorities and not priorities. I don't necessarily agree with somebody holding something hostage, as was just suggested. I don't think us sitting down as a council and saying, hey, how do you guys want to prioritize this, 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 and this? We prioritized the legislative agenda a few years ago, all as a group. We all agreed that this was first, that was second, third, fourth. North Beach, I guess, was first at one point, but it's kind of slipped down to the bottom. But, so I don't see why we couldn't do that, and I don't understand what the hostage part of it is, but I just don't feel like this is ready for prime time, so I can't support it at this point. Definitely not with 33.79 million. It's a lot of money.
Okay, so, yeah, I think we could approve this and then have a document to deep dive into, or not. Okay, is there any other further discussion? Yes.
So the only
Mr.
thing I want to mention is the Dwight Avenue extension. I think it potentially could be more than just general welfare. It should be health and safety as well. If anyone's ever seen an accident in front of the nursing home and if you have family members on the other side of that and the ambulance can't get through sufficiently, it could cost lives if we don't have an alternative access point. I think the Dwight Avenue extension is much needed. If you go down to the point, there's multiple areas where you can use cross streets and stuff like that. Yeah, we can use the golf cart path or bike path, but if something happens or if there's a tree or whatever scenario you may come up with, having an alternative road to get access so Westmoreland doesn't have to go all the way around through Longfield and all the way around, that could potentially save lives. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
I will mention, just for the sake of argument, a couple years ago when we were voting on the golf cart path, I mentioned the safety and welfare and emergency egress of the golf cart path, and almost unanimously got shot down for that. So it wasn't important back then.
I think that this project, this VDOT project, has been in the works since Rob Murphy was here. And that's how long it takes to get on VDOT's list for this. And the fact that we have received a matching grant fund of $2.1 million to make it happen was the reason why, well, that and the complications with the golf cart path because of the sewer infrastructure there and other things. Creating a road is no small task. People, it's not just tearing down some trees and pouring asphalt, not this day and age. It involves stormwater management and curb, gutter, I don't know if we're including sidewalk on this project or not, but that VDOT process is very significant. If we walk away from something, and this was prioritized based on life safety. If you look at the sustainability, the resiliency documents, and the needs assessed from the county as well, accessibility within the town of Colonial Beach in a storm event that has a road access issue is a direct threat to human welfare, to human health. So that's why VDOT said, yeah, we'll help you pay for that. And so I just want to say that's been a long time. If we walk away from this, don't go back and ask VDOT for money. They're not going to give it to you. So I just say that too. But we can get into those kinds of discussions and where our priorities lie as a council in that work session. And I still think that's a very prime example of an item that maybe is not one person's priority, but maybe is a different person's priority, and we should be able to discuss those, but this just gives us a holistic view, whether we like every single item or not, to have a plan that then can get further refined as funds can get allocated to it. Yes, Mr. Williams?
I mean, if we're going to throw everything but the kitchen sink in here, I'd like to say that we double the sidewalk repairs so that we're addressing more than just the ones that were in the ADA violation.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion to make an amendment to the motion to add twice the amount of money in sidewalk repairs?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, so is it acceptable to you, Mr. Wood, to make the amendment? Well, we will just discuss the amendment at this moment.
Unless we have agreement that we're going to vote on this document. If I make that exception, yes, I'll make that exception in the method of, or in the spirit of compromise. But I'm not going to be part of adding things willy-nilly. So unless we have that agreement, I vote nay.
Okay, so I think I need your acceptance to amend your motion. I just want to know if you accept the ability to amend your motion.
I accept the ability to amend my motion.
That's what I needed. Thank you. Okay, I have to say I'm in favor of that in the sense that I really do believe we need a comprehensive study of sidewalks before we make any of these changes. And there is federal transportation funding for a comprehensive study, and we cannot pursue that funding if we do not have it documented in our CIP. It has to be in this document in order to pursue that grant. So I would say I'm in favor of that suggestion, but any other discussion on just the sidewalk item, doubling the amount? And I would just say, you know, for me, that includes taking a look at it comprehensively. Do you think you have that kind of same idea about it?
Well, honestly, I was just trying to make a point that we're really not diving very deeply into this. We're not saying, well, is this really how much we should spend on sidewalks? Is this all we should prioritize for sidewalks? Because we keep basically admitting it's a wish list.
Do you want to retract your motion?
So, no, I won't retract it. We can vote on it. If it's a friendly amendment is accepted, if it's not, then that's fine.
I think the friendly amendment was accepted.
Okay.
You want further discussion on the sidewalk option? All right, you want to start us off with a vote then, Mr. Williams, on it? Since it was your motion.
Aye.
All right, I'm going to go inside out.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
all right. I'll start with Mr. Allison.
Nay.
Sanford?
Aye.
Grandson?
Aye.
All right, and I vote aye. So now we have that amended, and now we're going to vote on the CIP as amended. I'll do the opposite way this time. Grand staff?
With the fact that we did say we can come back and make changes, and these aren't hard and fast numbers, I vote aye.
Okay, Ms. Sanford?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Allison?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Larson? Yes, Mr. Williams?
Nay.
Okay, and I vote aye. All right, one down, 8 more public hearings to go. Just trying to get you guys excited. Okay, for the next topic, and now I have written so many notes from the public comment that I may hopefully not confuse myself. I would propose that we either make a motion for discussion or we discuss and then make a motion for discussion the grouped Chapter 20 items. So that is not the water and sewer items, but the taxation items, the lodging tax, and the real estate tax items, and take them as a group since they are both Chapter 20 taxation items. open it up for discussion. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
Wood.
I think it would be valuable for the sake of our discussion for the chief to share a conversation that you and I had the other day. Can you talk about your needs of your officers, being able to retain those officers as it relates to funding not only for COLA, but for generally making sure that they're fully cared for financially?
Yes, sir. In regards to the COLA, well, as it is right now with the, that there is no COLA on the board, that's going to make it very, very difficult for some of my officers and staff. We have, one of our officers is currently on getting food stamps, and his children are on Medicaid because he cannot afford to pay the costs of the family plan insurance here. He's also unable to find, he's severely downsized his living arrangement. He's trying to find other housing arrangements and unable to do so on the money that he currently makes. I have a civilian employee who, due to family situations, she's a sole breadwinner at her house and is facing increased medical costs and due to family issues. And given that we are looking at increased, I think basically she's bottom line. I mean, she's on the edge of not being able to afford the care that her family member needs. And she, given that we're going to be facing an increase in insurance costs for the town, that's probably going to push her over the edge financially.
Are we in danger of losing other officers as well?
I'm very confident that unless there is some movement on that's what will happen, sir.
Do less cops make us more safe?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think this is a big topic. I think we've all heard a lot tonight and before this meeting, whether it was through the emails we've received or outreach to each of us. So I'd like to take a moment for each council member to just say some thoughts or what you're thinking in your head, and don't, as we do this, all council members will stay open-minded about these thoughts and ideas. It is meant to spur honest discussion about all the options out there. And so don't feel, don't hold back from that concept. But I think we should have an opportunity for each individual council member to take some time to bring up their ideas about it. So, Mr. Larson, or Mr. Wood, would you like to further comment? And then we'll just go down the line here so that each one, without interruption, has time to speak.
Okay. You can tell by all the white in my beard and hair that I'm the same age or older than almost everybody here. I moved to Colonial Beach in order to find a place that I can retire, that I could afford. So I don't make the decisions on the council lightly. And I don't do it for the idea of making it more difficult for our citizens. It's actually the opposite. Try to figure in my own humble way the best way to make the best of what is not a good situation. Okay? I know that our staff works hard and provides services that other places don't. I know that we barely caught the wastewater treatment plant in time, just barely. We would have gone into receivership if we hadn't. And for those who don't know what that means, is DEQ would take over your plant, you'd lose all control, and they'd tell you what your rates are. We as council members sit and try to find the absolute cheapest way to do it. It's not as if we don't have, it's not as if we can't decide to pay for it. We have to. It's been court mandated. And those numbers that you heard are based upon conversations that we've had with DEQ. We don't have their official ruling yet, but that's the best guess of what it's going to cost. So, long story short, as far as the proposals for, I am for the cottage tax increase. I will vote for that because we have to have a balanced budget, and we can't have our cops on Medicaid. And we can't lose police officers because less cops don't make us safe. That's it.
All right, Mr. Larson?
So we speaking mostly to the COLA issue or more broadly here?
I think, with the budget, it's all encompassing
Okay.
a little bit.
Okay.
So,
Fair,
mhm.
fair. So yeah, so I am the finance department liaison and worked fairly closely with town manager and Ms. Oaks on working through this budget process. They did a yeoman's job in bringing a balanced budget with almost no tax increases, to the point where I think they went a little too far and taking away the COLA from the staff. And I think they did that because of the citizens, right? Everybody's hurting, the citizens are hurting, and we didn't want to increase taxes on anybody for any reason if we could avoid it. But I think that's probably a step too far, and I think it's a disservice to the staff in this environment to give no cost of living increase whatsoever. So I'm in favor of whatever it takes to do better by our staff, right? Whatever we do, it won't be enough, but zero is not acceptable to me.
Any thoughts on the two real estate, or real estate or transient lodging option?
Yeah, so in that same vein, right, in the same spirit that town manager and the CFO came up with the budget that they brought to us, which had the lodging tax and did not have a real estate tax increase or a personal property tax increase or a meals tax increase. The idea there is that we're not taxing our citizens, we're taxing our visitors. We're a tourism community, so generating revenue from those tourists is a much better option, in my opinion, right? I get all the concerns. Many of the people who spoke out against the lodging tax tonight are friends of mine, and I understand their concerns, but to me, it's the least worst option. We need some funding, and that's the one that puts the least pressure on our citizens. So that's where I'm at on that one.
Okay. So make sure everybody gets a chance to say whatever they want to say. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, first thing I'd like to say is, when are we going to get the option to go line by line here in public and talk about the budget and figure out where we could make more cuts if possible? Is that going to be option tonight, or are we just going to skip right through to the voting to pass the tax increases?
Have you not had an opportunity to go through the budget?
Line by line? No, we have not done that this year. We had some secret squirrel meetings with the town manager, but we have not, as a council, as a body, heard anybody's proposed cuts. I think there's members on this council that have actually made proposals to cut things and have gotten cut, but the citizens don't know. I don't know who proposed what. I went through the budget line by line, and I found numerous increases over last year that potentially could be not fully cut, but partially cut. So I think we really need to start looking harder at that before we say we're going to increase taxes again. I need to remind, I probably don't need to remind, but there's some newer members on council, and I was discussing with a prior council member today that the history of the taxes in Colonial Beach. So back in 2018, there was a 10-cent real estate increase. And then apparently the following year, 2019, property values went up, and they did not reduce the rate, so there was a second tax increase. A couple years of COVID, we got a little bit of a break. And then 2022, we raised real estate, and then 23, we did the trash tax, and also I think personal property values went up, so people got a little bit of a hit there as well. And then another increase last year with the water and sewer and the meals and lodging. So it's year after year after year that we keep hitting the citizens and the businesses. This year, we're going to look again at hitting them with lodging. Now, I know we say that that doesn't affect the citizens here, but we heard from several of our businesses here. They live here, they pay taxes, they have water sewer bills. So they're directly impacted, and they realize, as my wife mentioned earlier tonight, when I go stay at a hotel, I look at total price, not just how much the hotel's charging me, but how much tax I'm paying. So if it's $150 a night with tax, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at 110 and then 20 for this tax and 10 for that tax. I'm looking at the full amount that I'm paying. I have numerous suggestions for cuts. If we don't have the appetite for that, that's fine. I do have questions, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but for example, we just heard about a police officer that can't afford to feed his family because of the health insurance. And we're not proposing to do anything about that, but at the same time, we're going to give the town clerk $6,000 increase in her salary to cover her family. I mean, that, to me, it just doesn't feel like, right that we're just doing it for one town employee and not the rest. Examples of other significant increases over the prior year. We had $3,000 increase in substance and lodging. We could cut a couple thousand from that. We had wages and salary under the town manager's budget. That went up by like 14,000. We could maybe look at a little bit of that. We had air travel, and it says airline flights, $2,000. That was increased from prior years because it was zero before. $20,000 contingency fund. I get the town manager needs contingency funds, but maybe we could give her, instead of a $20,000 increase, maybe $15,000. Recruitment, retention. I mean, I know we need to recruit and retain good employees, but do we really need to increase that from 0 to 17,000? Maybe we could increase it by 7,000 and save 10,000 there. I mean, I can go on and on. I've got $93,000 in proposed cuts that I'm willing to sit and discuss and make tonight, but I'm going to pass the baton. Thank you.
I'd like to clarify, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Requests were made of town council and meetings were scheduled with town council to review the budget line by line, and proposed cuts were requested. Some were offered, and a lot of those cuts, in addition to a few more that the finance officer and I came up with, were instituted in the budget. We had more than one meeting with council in reviewing the budget line by line. For you to suggest that those meetings were done in private or in secret is disingenuous of you, because there was no secret. As a matter of fact, at a public meeting is when I said that I would schedule these meetings with council to review the budget line by line. Now, while it was not done at a public meeting in front of citizens, council members, after meeting with us to go over the budget, could then share those discussions with the public. We have taken every suggestion that was made to us into account, and there were some did not offer suggestions. The cuts that you have mentioned thus far tonight, I think would have been great for the finance officer and I to consider when we met, or even prior to today, when we proposed the 2%. And we are always open and welcome to review and discuss those suggestions. So I just want to make it clear that those meetings were not done in private nor in public. That is disingenuous of you to suggest that.
All right, hold on. This is not meant to, this is an opportunity, and I just have to say to, you know, I respect that people are feeling attacked by certain things. This is an opportunity for Mr. Williams as a council member to say what he wants to say without being interrupted, and, you know, and each person needs to be able to say that. And then we can have a broader discussion about things, but don't really want, I think we need to give each person that time without rebuttal, so that we just think about what they've said, you know, and can contextualize it more in a conversation. So, yeah, Mr. Williams, if you want to go ahead, but I do
Yes.
want to stay on
I
track.
want to clarify. I did not mean to insinuate that anything was done wrong. That was not my intention with my statement.
Thank you.
My intention was that last year, I've been pushing for transparency on the budget since I got on council for several years now. And I was happy with the fact that we actually went line by line last year, and we did the whole process in public. And so this year, it was decided to reintroduce what we skipped last year, which was the closed-door meetings. I get it, there is maybe some validity to closed-door meetings, but I had no intention of that replacing the process of the public view of the budget. I wanted them to see me and other council members say, okay, I suggest you cut this, or maybe you don't need an extra position this year, or maybe we need to really look hard at this or that. That was my intention by saying that, you know, I didn't feel like it should have been closed door. I didn't need any disrespect for the town manager or town staff, but my intention is to be as transparent with the budget as possible. We're raising citizens' taxes possibly tonight, and they deserve a full view of their government in function, operation, and to be able to understand why they're paying more money. Why?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. All right, we're going to stay on track here. Lisa, are you ready to go next? You want me to go to Mr. Allison first? All right.
Wonderful. All right. So let's go back to the ladies that were talking about the Colonial Buzz and how their costs just for their establishment is going up 20%. Can you imagine the amount of money that the town has had to deal with in those budget cycles with equipment, with piping, you name it, whatever the scenario is, for our town manager and town staff to evaluate the budget the way they did and eliminate the amount of costs that has been implemented. I give them kudos for that. I think they did a heck of a job taking what budget they had last year and identifying only the cost increases that they particularly found. I will follow Mr. Wood and Tom about the COLA issue. I think there should have been a COLA increase in that. We can talk about strategies or whatever that may be going forward on this, whether we, pull it within this budget for increasing the amounts, or utilizing both amounts, or using reserves, whatever it is that we have to utilize for that. I think it's needed that we have to take care of our people. I think decreasing any type of adjustments for keeping people here is crazy. I think we need to keep as many of these people as we can going forward. It costs a whole lot more to try to replace somebody than it is to give someone a 2% raise. I mean, I deal with it every day in my industry, trying to pay for marketing to the point of doing interviews, sacrificing time. You know, if you have 8 hours a day, you got to do work, and you got to do 3 hours of interviews. Where does that time come from? Most of the time, you're giving that time back to for free, trying to make things work. With our budget the way it is, school is a big part of our budget. Our public works is a big part of our budget. I think the increase to the taxpayers, unfortunately, is an avenue that we can use. Increasing our tourism, we have to find a better way to do that. I don't necessarily think that adding that 2% to our tourism after we did do the 1% last year is the right answer. Maybe another 1%, not a full 2%, but to me, we're all part of the community, right? So we have to make sure that we fund our services and make sure we continue to keep the people that we have, specifically our public works and police and all of our staff. It's hard no matter what you do, so I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Grant, or I said Ms. Grandstaff, but I was looking at Maggie. Ms. Sanford, please. You're next.
I do somewhat agree with Mr. Williams about the whole budget process. I don't think it was communicated exactly how we were supposed to be giving feedback. I thought you go line by line, more as an informational, and then we would all come together and then make our cuts then and discuss then, instead of having us all send. It just seems backwards what happened. Splitting us all up and doing it one by one it just seemed like not the most efficient way of doing it. So that is why I did not submit any cuts. But I do think that there are still some cuts to the budget that need to be made. I think the taxes should not be raised. However, I do think that personal property for boaters, we do need to take a look at that for only having them pay a penny. It is, like somebody mentioned, a luxury item. That is something that you have purchased, and it's a very nice purchase, and I think just paying a penny for personal property on that is a little ridiculous. I think staff definitely deserves a COLA raise. As coming from staff, being a town staff, I mean, yeah, you don't get paid that much here, and every little bit helps, and the staff here is amazing, and they really do deserve it. But I think there's cuts elsewhere that can help to accommodate for that. And I think we need to look at where most of our money is going, which is the schools. And 30%, I believe it's 30% of our budget, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, goes to pay for the schools. I graduated from there, my husband graduated from there. I didn't get the best education, I deserve better. Our kids deserve better than what they're getting there at Colonial Beach right now. I've talked to many parents that have just had the worst time dealing with the schools. And I think we need to look at, really, is it worth it? So, I think that could be a big revenue or expenditure that we need to take a look at.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Grandstaff?
Okay, in an effort of transparency and speaking back to Natasha and the one-on-ones that we had, I had gone over it when I sat with Lisa and Natasha and made a suggestion for about 80,000 or so in cuts and asked that some things were deferred. And it was on the Parks and Recs, and they listened, and some of those suggestions were made because, as I had indicated, if we could just hold off and defer for a year, everything that was on the Parks and Recs was like 79,000. The slide at Washington, they deferred the mini golf course. There were some of those things I said, let's defer those in an effort to cut some the budget and try to bring that in line. The part-time civilian parking guard. So it was about 80,000 that when they were asked, I gave to Lisa and Natasha. They wrote them down, and I can see some were adopted and some they reduced the cost. Now, cost of living increase, it is necessary because the cost of living, it is going up. And sitting in my 9-to-5 job where people need to be able to, with the cost of living, to have salaries go up, and even when it does go up, sometimes it still outpaces each other, but it gives them something to look forward to. And I know that we, when I talked to Lisa and Natasha, it was a case that even deferring part-time help because they're already, Adam and the others, are already tapped because people are stepping up, and we don't want to lose them, and they're faithful. So it would be great to go back to the drawing board because there are some other items here that professional services dues, if we can go back to cut, to be able to give them that. As for the meal lodging taxes, the fact that we increased that last year and they're still trying to regroup from that and be able to stabilize from that, I am leery, or I am averse to having us touch meal lodging tax as well. There's still a lot of discussion for the water and sewer, the meter issues and different things like that, but I'm told with a consent order, we can't, there's no wiggle room for that. But as far as I'm concerned, they do deserve a cost of living increase as a way of retaining them. I know there's still some line items here that we can cut to avoid having to touch meal and lodging again, and probably with the property taxes. But I just think we can delve in a little deeper and find some other cuts to the budget to allow for cost of living. So that's my 3 cents.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my ideas as they stand right now, always willing to still stay open-minded about where to go and what to do. I heard a lot of important information tonight. I've been listening to a lot of important information. I do think I want to address a few notes that I took about some of the things that got said and how that's influenced my thought process here. One, we do have, one of the things that's brought up a lot is how many of our residents are on fixed income, and I'm very well aware of that. And so I just want to again state that we do have a senior citizen and disabled discount program. It does reduce your real estate taxes, your personal property taxes, and your water and sewer bills. It is a low threshold, I understand that, but we have at least increased the threshold when we revised the code to tie it to the HUD program. So for the ones that are hardest hit in that area, I just want to remind people that that senior citizen discount program is there, and that Heather has the applications for it, and she's very good about really walking through somebody the application. I know there's been some mix in feedback. I think most of the council members have been giving feedback to staff or their thoughts and ideas on it throughout this whole process. It seems like maybe some other members have been holding on to that and not sharing that yet. And so in that, I do think that whole process when staff is reviewing it with us line item by line item, a big part of that is us asking questions and, you know, where we can take our time individually to delve into it. But also, I want communication to improve between council and staff at all levels. That's only going to help the town as a organization. And so when you have suggestions or ideas or thoughts, I mean, it's all that is a suggestion, thought, or idea. It's not a mandate. None of us can say, do this, right? But we certainly should be welcome and feel embraced to share with them, you know, our thoughts, suggestions, and ideas. I think that's important holistically. I don't want to just wait for twice a month for great ideas to be sat on, so that they can be, you know, here. I will say that I have the reason why I asked for the real estate 1 penny to be on this as a public hearing as a alternative, and that was agreed on by all of council to hold that as an, you know, alternative public hearing, was that lodging tax is variable. It's a bigger variable than real estate. Real estate, we know exactly what the number is. We know exactly what the amount is. We know exactly, it's extremely predictable. The lodging tax is a little bit less predictable because, as was stated today, lodging is, and our tourism dollars in general are severely weather dependent. I don't think that adding 2% to the lodging tax is going to make people not book here. In fact, I would say adding 1% last year, we are up in bookings across the board by over 20%, and we still have 2 more months to go. So it has not created an adverse reaction to actual bookings. I think there is a suggestion that lodging tax equals less tourism. There is not data, though, that supports that. It is a feeling, and I can understand that. I really can, because I know that you just feel like, oh, you're just being, you know, every new expense, every inflation expense that we have. But there is not actual data that suggests the correlation between those two things. What does have a big correlation is how much we spend to support tourism, and we need to be able to have the dollars in our budget to do that in order to continue to bolster tourism. So I do not want us to lose the capability that we have grown kind of painstakingly, very slowly over a number of years. On the COLA issue, I think we got to find a way to get to a COLA. If we have to approve 1 penny in real estate and 2 pennies in lodging, I would be in favor of that if it gets our staff to a COLA. And I say that frankly, and I know that is not a popular opinion, and I'm sure, you know, Real News will have a heyday with it or whatever, but the reality is we need to be responsible, and we need to take care of our staff and our employees, and they feel, and I know this from working with them and from some of the interactions that you can see at meetings, they feel underappreciated. That is a hard environment to ask them to keep giving and keep giving. And we never on council say, well, do this, but you don't have to do these other things anymore. That never happens. It's always just do this and do this and do this and do this. And I can understand why they feel that way. So I do think we need to find a way to, I know we're got to implement the second round of the salary survey. If we don't do COLAs as a regular standard practice, as a policy standard practice, we are going to be right back in the boat where we were, where we needed a $40,000 salary study to put us back in line and force us back into it. We're going to lose good people that want to be here, that love Colonial Beach, that love doing this job. And I think that would be short-sighted to do that over, not including a COLA. I just want to remind, everybody, we can nitpick into the budget, but it is certainly variable. It's anticipatory. It's not finite. We're going to try to anticipate this much revenue in, like, for instance, lodging tax. We're do that conservatively, hoping we get there. Same with expenses, right? We may anticipate spending this much. If we don't spend that much, but we end up spending overtime on the police department, which is what's happening right now, this fiscal year, right now, every dollar we've saved out of any other budget line item is going to help cover the required overtime for our police officers. And same goes to Public Works for every sewer connection that they're going to at 10 o'clock at night. And so while I do think there's always, I know there's a lot of little line items that can be picked at, I do have some concerns to what has been said here as well, that some of these items have been cut drastically, and that concerns me also. There are other strategies for revenue, right? So I think that's an important discussion topic. I agree with the fact that we should have some kind of fine or tax on vacant, neglected, absentee property. And we need to find a legal way to do it. I brought it up before, but that is not something that's gonna fix the budget that has to be approved, now, right? But that is a strategy that has to look for a policy. It's gonna take time to implement that. But some of our negligent and absentee property ownership, I think, is very concerning to our public safety. It's a nuisance to our neighbors. It looks like we don't care about our community. And I think it needs to, that there should be penalties for that. And so that's, just the thoughts from where I'm at right now on some ideas. I think there could be a strategy to go with, for instance, the proposed staff recommendation, which is just the 2 cents in lodging, and then continue to work with the members who have remaining items, continue to work through, since they haven't had an opportunity to give that advice yet, or they have had an opportunity but they haven't, that was misunderstood maybe, or not taken advantage of, to still fit in the COLA within that. Maybe that's possible. If that's not possible, then I still think we have got to afford a COLA one way or another. And I know there's a couple different avenues to do that. So anyway, that's my thoughts, and thank you for hearing me out without interruption too. So, okay, Mr. Williams, you're ready to jump in.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we send the budget back to the town manager, similar to what we did last year. Have her look at it, Maggie and myself, and if anybody else has any other suggestions for cuts, see if there's a way she can fit in COLA. Seems like a majority of the council thinks that a COLA is severely needed, so possibly look at different positions and things that maybe we could work in that COLA.
I have a question on procedure for that concept. Pal, what is, if we've held all the public hearings,
We're pretty well tied into the 2% for lodging and the 1% for real estate. I mean, you don't have an option unless you have another public hearing on increasing those.
So if But do we have to adopt the rate today to continue to revise the budget before it's adopted?
No,
That's what I'm wondering. Okay, so we could postpone this, get that feedback, and then at the regular meeting,
I don't think so.
okay, I'm gonna make sure procedure doesn't get messed up with this. I thought we had to have the tax rate set 2 weeks before the budget is approved.
I haven't read that anywhere, but
No?
It just has to be approved by the first day of the fiscal year.
Okay, so the 10-day is just the advertising requirement that we already had to go through.
You have to advertise 7 days prior to the public hearing for the budget stuff. For the ordinance, I think it's, because it's not a land use ordinance, I think that was just the one time too.
it's one time.
But just so you guys are aware, my advertisement line item is gone. And I've been dipping into other line items to fund the advertisements.
Fair point. Thank you.
You guys are aware.
Okay, so it sounds logistically possible, Mr. Williams. I just want to make sure timeline-wise, there wasn't something tied with these public hearings.
But just to be clear, you're restricted to those two areas.
Correct.
And you're restricted also on the water and sewer unless you advertise for something different.
Okay, we're going to stick to this. So did I hear correct? You guys would get back more feedback. The staff would be working to implement a COLA, and then they would come back with whatever the proposed within the range that we have the capability of, right? Based on you said our hands are tied within that. Is that right?
Well, my motion was to send it back to have her try to get to a $0 increase based on additional cuts and see if she could work in a COLA as well. I found well over 90,000 just picking through it myself with leaving
And a COLA increase would be 70 grand.
70,000, okay.
Do we know that? Do we know COLA is 70 grand? Is that a roundabout number or something?
It's within spitting distance.
Okay, I know you. No, go ahead, please.
I believe, if I'm correct, it's, for 1%, it's around 33,000, 2%, 65,000, and then it depends on the percentage of COLA that you. That's what I was told in the budget, yes. I'm just saying that there's the percentage, it's not just the flat. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the school's getting a 4.5% COLA. Are we giving a 4.5% COLA? Oh, everybody had a heart attack. Calm down.
Does anybody know what because I know there's increases in general without the COLA. Do we know what those are on average?
What increases are you talking about?
I don't know, I saw like, I saw like one employee, for example, went up by
One employee?
$1,100.
Which employee?
I don't want to pick out somebody.
What department?
Council,
Town council?
yeah.
Well, you guys gave Heather a raise all based on her evaluation just
Okay.
recently.
So I was wondering, is that part of the, like, in general, not just for employees in general, are they getting the adjustments from the pay study? Is that-
Yes, because they were promised that year of service adjustment
Mhm.
last year when we adopted that salary survey. That is the only thing that's in there. It's not a COLA.
Right, but that's part of the budget already.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So anyway, my proposal is, like I said, this, making a motion to send it back to the town manager as we did last year. Me, Maggie, and whoever else has any additional suggestions or feedback, and see if she can work in a COLA and no increase. Or if she has other options that you all want to see, she can entertain those as well.
I see
Liz-
Mr. Larson. Oh, hold on, I'll go this side, then I'll come right back over, okay? Mr. Larson?
Yes, almost aligned with you, Mr. Williams, but I think I would prioritize the COLA before the zero-based budget. I think that's the thing that's making most of us very uncomfortable, so try to figure out a way to fund a 2% COLA and then minimize other costs to get as close to your goal as possible, which is no tax increases.
So would we consider that a friendly amendment to go from either zero, try to do zero and try to do 2% and see where we land in the discussion at the next meeting?
Okay, I
Is
think
that-
you proposed a motion, but we didn't vote on the motion. I guess we were kind of clarifying in my head. So,
Is that considered a amendment, a suggested amendment?
well, we don't
or-
have a motion on the floor yet because we didn't vote for a motion. You need a,
Second.
you need a second. So, do we have the motion clarified, Mr. Williams, your motion clarified? You want to
Yes.
restate it for me so I have a good understanding?
I want to make a motion to send the budget back to the town manager, as we did last year, and ask her to go through and make any review any suggested cuts by any other council members that have not had a chance or could come up with additional cuts, and see if she can work in a cost of living and bring it down to $0 increase.
Is that the only thing that's a success, $0 increase?
And that's where I was saying, she obviously is going to come back to us, and like she did last year, she said there was no way she could do it. So
Okay.
that may happen this year, but, so
Okay.
it'd be similar to what we did last
Okay,
year.
I just wanted to get a handle of what success looks like.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second to that? And then I'm so sorry, Lisa, I didn't mean to skip you, but I wanted to make sure we procedurally got this in, and then I'll come back into you. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all right, Mr. Woods got a second. So now that motion is on the floor, and I'm going to come back to you, Lisa, and I hope it's still related to this and wasn't totally off topic. All right, go ahead.
For the staff, do they get like annual merit increases, bonuses, or anything, or when was
No,
the-
ma'am.
So no annual?
No, ma'am. We don't even do evaluations that we're supposed to be doing, and that's one of the reasons we put that software in for the HR, so we can start
Track.
evaluating our employees
Thanks.
and maybe talk about giving merit increases.
Okay,
No, the only thing staff ever gets is if you guys give us a COLA.
that's it, okay. And when was the last time that happened?
We didn't get a COLA last year because we did the salary survey, but we did get one in the '24 budget.
What was the percentage?
I think it
Was it a
might have been
typical 3?
2%.
Was it 2 or 3?
It might.
I think
I'd
it
have to
started
go
at
back
3 and then
look.
got cut to 2.
Yeah, I think it started with 3 and got cut at 2, but I'd have to check. I can actually send you an email and tell you what it
Okay.
was.
All right, thank you for the clarity.
But historically, we have not gotten anything higher than a 3% since I've been here for 14 years.
Okay, but
Usually it's been 1%.
but staff do get annual bonuses.
No, I don't get any annual bonus.
It's right here, annual bonus,
That is the
250.
Christmas bonus and everybody gets that. Are you gonna take our Christmas bonus now? I mean,
All right,
that's what
okay,
it is.
okay, completely. All right, there is a Christmas bonus. I don't think it's very much money once you divide it by 64 people. I think what Lisa was referring to is like a bonus. I think we're more.
Yes,
up
like
than-
typically, like I said, in my 9 to 5 each year, you write what you think you've done, your boss sits with you, and then you come together and you either get an annual merit increase of like 50 cents or something. So I wanted to see if that is a common practice thing here, but evidently, that's been non-existent, so, okay.
I'm working for a municipality right now, and we don't get bonuses. Like,
I've been here almost 14 years, and I have never gotten a merit increase.
And merit increase, I understand. Bonuses, like I've told employees, it's discretionary, it's not mandatory. So I can understand bonus, but merit increases or market increases do help to come in line so that they can pace with the cost of living. So that's where I was looking for the clarity. When was the last time that happened? Because nobody's required to give a bonus.
Correct.
But we should be looking at the merit and if they're doing the job and should be paid what they're being paid. Okay, so that was it. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and saying on the floor. Is there further discussion to this?
Yeah, again, I just wanted to kind of make sure I'm on the same page as everybody else. We all seem to have an appetite for a COLA, right? We're going to send it back to see what further cuts might be possible. We're going to keep an open mind. If they can do it, fine. If they can't do it, fine, right? So that we would at least have an open mind for alternate revenue if necessary. Is that a fair statement or no?
I'm seeing some head nodding.
Yeah, okay, then that sounds like we're actually negotiating here.
Go ahead,
Well-
Ms. Sanford.
I just don't want it to be like last time where we're supposed to email you, the town manager, what our budget slashes or cuts are supposed to be, and then picking and choosing. Like, I think there needs to be a discussion behind why these cuts are being made. And getting staff feedback to see if this is actually feasible, like, instead of just council saying, okay, yeah, let's just slash this because we want to, and it looks like this could actually, like, it just, there needs to be some discussion instead of us just saying slash it.
Okay. I think that's what we were talking about doing anyway, right?
We don't necessarily need to vote on the budget until for the first meeting of June or even the last meeting of June. So we have time.
I will say that when we don't vote to approve a budget, the school cannot rehire teachers for the next fiscal year until they have an approved budget. And that happened last year when we backed up against the timeline, that they couldn't renew contracts until their budget was approved. So I just want to say there's more than just the state deadline in consideration of that.
So should we say that the goal then is to bring this revised budget with everything we've just been talking about to the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And with the idea that we will vote on it then?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
That's what, I'm just saying, yeah. We have a lot of other work to do, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all right, is there further discussion on the motion that's in front of us now? Okay, I'm gonna do roll call on it, since Pal said I gotta do roll call on everything tonight.
Before we do the roll call, Madam Mayor, I just want to bring to council's attention that for us to come up with COLA as part of the budget, we would need to re-advertise for the utilities fund, because as advertised, that was at a rate that did not account for a COLA.
Because of the staff in the utilities departments. Is it possible that on the utility side alone, there could be a supplemental one-time, like a portion of the ARPA funds or something to implement the COLA on the utility side to keep the rates as low as we have already advertised them at?
Yes, I think that is a possibility of using the ARPA funds for the utility side.
Is that the kind of thing you would want her to propose back to us in this option?
Yes.
See, okay.
Okay, the logistics question. What happens if we don't vote to use the ARPA funds when she brings it back to us for the utility side?
We're gonna have to start that whole public hearing process.
So would it be a better situation if we could have agreement is to, for the utility folks, only at the moment, because I think we all have an appetite for COLA, right? Is to go ahead and for the utility folks, go ahead and take that out of ARPA funds, okay? And go ahead and vote on that now. We could do that now.
I think we need to have the numbers in front of us, Mr. Wood. But,
Do we not
oh,
have
you
those?
have them. Okay.
If you're talking about a 2% increase, On the sewer side, it would be $8,711.91, and on the water side, it would be $6,405.08.
All right. I have a point of order, though, for Mr. Allison, and he's totally right about it. This discussion right now is on general fund side. The motion in front of us is on general fund side. We will have a separate discussion about the water and sewer utilities. So let's not conflate the two issues and stay focused on this one, okay?
Talk about that on the next, the utility funds.
Yeah, he's got a point. Okay. All right, so we'll get into that in a minute. Right now, we still have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm ready to take a vote unless more discussion. I don't want to stop anybody from saying something they want to say.
Okay, so
No, go ahead.
let's be clear. It's for the motion to send it back? Okay, just wanted to make sure.
We're going to send it back. More feedback's going to go in. Whatever ideas you guys have, please send them to Natasha. The staff has a parameter they have to stay within. I mean, we only have two options on this, you know? And so they're going to come back with their best-case scenario, their professional opinion. And then we're going to have that at the regular June meeting. And the objective is always a $0 tax increase. That is never not an objective. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and vote. I know I heard vote, vote, vote. Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Mr. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Grandstaff?
Aye.
Ms. Sanford? Aye. Mr. Allison?
Aye.
Aye.
He's a pirate.
Aye. Okay. All right, so next is water and sewer. What time is it, guys? Do we need a? Just go with it. Just push through. Get out of here and push through. All right, water and sewer. Oh,
Want to make clarification for the work plan purposes? We want this back at the May regular meeting, the budget?
yeah,
Okay,
2 weeks.
making sure.
Anybody who has any further ideas better get with Natasha.
And to Maggie's point, maybe we could post something on social media showing the citizens what we propose so that it's transparent.
I think you're all welcome to post whatever you want to cut on social media. And I will say that staff, I noticed, put the entire thing out there in PDF with all their notes and everything. So God bless you guys for that. And with the town manager's cuts and all of it's out there, so. Okay, do you have your clarification? All right, water sewer. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Okay. Do we want to go down the line again, or we want to make a motion? We have an idea where we want to go in water sewer, I think. I'll leave it up to you. Any ideas? Any discussion? Make a motion to approve the rates. We could do that and then work within that budget from there.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right, so now that is up for discussion. The rates as advertised. Yes, Ms. Williams?
Is this for both, or is this just for residential, commercial, what is it?
We're talking about both. All Chapter 21, just like Chapter 20 from before.
And just for the clarification for the public, what are the proposed increases? I know it was around 8% each. What's that dollar amount, I guess, annually?
I found the budget presentation to be more helpful than the wording of the actual ordinance, although I know it's in here,
I could pull it up for you.
because it had a nice chart in it. And
I have it right here, Robin.
well, I know I wanted Heather to put it up there. She got it. It's 8% in sewer. Is it less than water or is it 8% in water too?
It's 8% in both.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, yeah, it's, okay.
So that's just water. We're proposing $103 quarterly, annually. So what's the, I'm sorry, could you go back to that? Cost of increase. So the annual increase is $74.72, or
Sewer.
18 a quarter, or 623 a month. Okay. And then, and that's both, okay, and then it's $74.72 annually for sewer. So basically equal for both?
This is the sewer. What's the water one?
Water's
Oh, the water
like
was,
$2 a month, something like that. Yeah,
Water was-
$2.56.
the water was $30 a year. Okay.
It's $100 for the year combined.
I do have a question. If I can remember correctly, at our last meeting, we were over on the water side, so we were actually moving money to equal out the two. So does that mean we're annually collecting more for water than we need? Or was that a fluke? It seems like we've done that more than once. So if that's the case, why would, if it's not the case, then I understand, but if it's the case, why would we raise water when it's doing fine?
Initially, there was a miscalculation in the spreadsheet that we had used. And we went back going through that, and I found that, so there really was never a surplus in the water. So we went back through and corrected that calculation in the Excel spreadsheet.
Oh, so we didn't actually move money then,
No.
like we thought we were going to?
We are moving money from water reserves into the sewer, so we didn't have to raise the sewer 23%.
But how did the water get over? Was it,
It's not that the water's over, we have to maintain that 50% level that we set in our financial policy. And because of the cost of all these repairs at the wastewater treatment plant, we're very close to violating that policy that we set. So water has enough, you know, he showed you the gap from what our policy is and how much we have extra on those charts that Davenport did. So we're just moving some from water to sewer to stay within our financial policy.
We're taking reserve money, not budget money.
Right, it's reserve money.
okay,
We're kind of stabilizing the sewer fund at this point until we come up with a solution on how to fund the wastewater treatment and repairs.
okay. Thank you for clarifying.
All right, I got a motion and a second on the floor. Do we want any further discussion on the water sewer?
Well, just a general statement, I'd prefer that we vote on this when we vote on the rest of the taxes and the budget, just so that we have the full picture. I'm not really comfortable voting tonight. I'd like to do a little more deep diving into the budget overall and find out more about the DEQ consent order information. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay.
Seconded motion on the floor.
Yeah, is there any further discussion on the water and sewer stuff? I went through especially the sewer side, but both sides pretty heavily, and I'll be honest with you, I think we're trying to make this as minimal as possible right now, but the price of chemicals to treat the plant, to process what we have to do there has doubled. The price of electricity, even at my house, has gone up significantly. So, yeah, I think it was just shocking. It was just very surprising, but it's just the real cost of things have gone up huge over there. And some of that's still not the big repairs that we need to do. I mean, that's capital, those are in the CIP. Okay. I also want to just put in a another plug for going to monthly billing on utilities. I think it's crazy to not bill monthly at that rate. I know staff is tired of hearing it from me because I keep bringing it up. So, I think this is the very least we can do at rate-wise. In fact, I know we're gonna have to anticipate that this kind of rate change is gonna have to happen again next year, to a point that's been made several times. If we are tackling it in little pieces over and over and over again, that's how we're gonna get there. If we stop doing that, is when we're gonna have to see a 30% rate hike all at once. So it's kinda has to keep on that threshold. But I'll just, maybe we can get it, after we get past this budget part, or maybe, I don't know, Natasha, at some point get, updated on going to monthly billing, especially with these new rates being implemented?
So we've met and we have discussed just various options on doing that and what it would take on our end to make that a possibility. I do know that one of the challenges that we face in going into the monthly billing plan is just the part-time person that finance had requested that is being deferred. And so that would be extra duties for finance to be able to implement. And so if we do that, it isn't something that we would be able to do right away, but that is something that I would say we could continue to work on and provide that option. We also discussed, just for Public Works, what it would take if we are going into monthly billing cycles, what it would take and how we would address cutoffs, whether we would keep those monthly or quarterly. And there were pros and cons for cutoffs on a monthly basis or keeping the cutoffs on the quarterly, just as it is. And so we do plan on bringing before council just everything that we had discussed and the pros and cons on those options that we have discussed internally.
Realistically, we need an automated solution, correct? Realistically, we need an automated solution to do that. That's going to be beyond the ken of staff, I would think, based upon projects I've been in the past.
Well, staff could do it. There are some challenges that we need to overcome, but they can do it. The increase in cost in the printing of sending out the monthly billings and such, and we've cut those line items. And so we have been looking for, as we're working on finalizing our discussions to bring before council, to try and make it happen.
Well, that sounds like a perfect job for the finance liaison.
Okay.
We've been liaising. We'll liaise some more.
All right. So we have, these rates have been advertised. In order to change any of the rates, we would have to start all over from the beginning with public hearing process and the advertisement process. So that's kind of why I said take action on the rate that was advertised at this time. That's why that's the motion. But then let's have a discussion after we vote on this of figuring out a way to get to COLA within this. And maybe there are still places that, council members want to bring up as cuts or additional in the water and sewer department. Although I'll be honest with you, I think you're going to be a lot harder pressed to find anything in there if you talk to Chris through each one of those line items. But let's do that too, So right now, the motion on the floor is just to accept the rates as published, as advertised. That's what's on the floor right now, and then we can talk about the next step of the budget from within that rate. Yes, Mr. Williams?
I've got a question regarding the water sewer budget. I know we hired in Bowden and that was gonna cost us, from what I remember, 900 and, I don't know, some thousand a year. And for some reason, it appears that they're, I'm not sure if it's all in Bowden or not, but the contract for professional services increased by 357,000, according to my calculations, which is like 27%. Do we have a reason behind that? It seems pretty significant. I know we got them and their annual rate was to be the same every year, so does anybody know what happened?
Yeah, so the original contract was for Bowden to operate the plant for 24 hours for 3 months after taking over. Unfortunately, we have not been able to come off of that 24-hour shift. They make constant adjustments to the plant all night, every night. So with the state that the plant is still in, that plant is still being manned 24 hours a day. John has been there on multiple occasions on rain events throughout the night. I have. The reality is we cannot come off 24-hour shifts right now without running the risk of overflows or mechanical failures.
Is that because of the SCADA issues?
No, sir. The inflow we get on certain rain events, they have to make on-the-fly adjustments all night long. We also have had just pieces of equipment that are not part of the SCADA fail, and because there were people on site, we were able to correct, repair, and put back in service those items. So right now, that plant, with the state of its repair, cannot go back down to a 16-hour shift, not at this time. I probably don't honestly foresee that for at least the next 2 to 3 years, to be honest.
So the limited amount of overflow during that heavy rainwater event, that's because we were manning the plant 24 hours?
Absolutely, sir.
There it is.
We got phone calls. We all responded immediately. There were several of us on site until the problem was corrected. Mostly it was rainwater from some inflow and infiltration directly at the plant that we found that we've never dealt with because things have changed there over the last year. And we were able to identify, find, and correct the issue to stop the overflow.
What things have changed?
There are also other contracts in that line item, not just in Bowden. We have contracts with Mid-Atlantic Labs, and that's $168,000 a year. Aqualaw, which Chris can tell you what that means, bioanalysis, VAMWA, ARM Group, and our work order system. So it's not just in Bowden in that line item.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a little concerning that we were told in the beginning 3 months, and now it's going to be up to 3 years. I know stuff happens, but wow, that's a huge blow to the town's budget and the citizens' pocketbooks.
It's also for the welfare and safety of our citizens and our fisheries and our
Right. And our
fishermen.
pocketbooks would get hit far harder if we were
Yeah.
put into
Yes, sir.
receivership.
Which is, I guess, why we brought Bowden in to begin with, so, still, okay. Yeah,
Quick
I'm not-
question.
I need more information on this, especially with the DQ stuff, so I probably won't support it tonight if we're insisting on a vote.
This is strictly just an operational budget. This is nothing to do with the consent order.
But to clarify, the alarms and everything work now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
The alarm
it's
is
just-
actually what started the alert on the last one, and phone calls went out. And like I said, we responded immediately. I was at the plant within 5 minutes.
Okay, but it's just the volume that concerns, that requires the manpower to be there.
Yes.
Okay.
And some of the repairs that are still remaining to be made, which is what DEQ is reviewing currently now, which is where that $36 million or $33 million for the sewer system upgrades is coming from. So that's where we're at with that. But this sewer budget is strictly an operational budget, not specifically to those items on the CIP.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? If we don't accept the rates as advertised, then we're gonna have to hold another public hearing. So I think in order for time to do that, then I think we should have an idea about that, so. Okay. Any further discussion? I see none. I'm gonna go with, Mr. Wood, I've picked on you a lot. Lisa, can I go to you first this time? I keep picking on Rick down there.
He has the skin for it.
He does.
Okay, so it's to adopt the rate.
As advertised.
Can I pass?
Yeah, you can pass. I'll come back.
Pass.
All right, Ms. Sanford?
I'm gonna say nay.
Mr. Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Mr. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Nay.
All right. Ms. Grandstaff, it's your turn now.
Nay.
Do we have to have 5?
This is an increase in a fee as opposed to a tax, so it should just be majority.
All right, I'm gonna vote aye, because I think we gotta focus more on the next step. And think we're gonna run out of time to re-advertise. All right. So my vote is aye on that. And then the next step is, do we want to Mr., to the former, motion before, we wanna find a way to include a COLA in with this, and we're asking staff to come back to us with a recommendation to that effect.
Do we have time to do that for the utility folks, though? That's right. So,
We're asking for a way
A way to get
that
it,
doesn't require changing these rates that we just voted.
correct.
Yeah.
As
My only
discussed, we were
suggestion
talking
at this
about
point
ARPA
would be
funds.
use the ARPA funds,
Oh,
to
the-
do a
yeah, the ARPA
one-time
funds is the easiest way
transfer
That is the way.
into the water and sewer from the ARPA funds.
Yes.
And the ARPA funds, as you know, we can spend them any way we want, as long as council approves it. It's not something we can do on our own. We have to have council's approval to use those funds.
If we do not do it this way, we will have to re-advertise for a higher rate
Yes,
than we have
correct.
currently advertised for.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Williams?
One thing I did want to clarify, because I believe I've heard you say this before, Madam Mayor, is that we can't fund ongoing annual expenses with one-time money. How is this different than what we normally, you normally say that about?
No, I think it's exactly like that. I don't think this is the ideal way to do it. But the reality is, we are already doing a debt transfer in this fund to not
Correct.
raise our residents' sewer rates by 28%, which is what actually needs to happen. We're raising it by 8. And so this is the very rare and unfortunate circumstance where we have used a reserve fund or one-time money to get where we need to go. And to the point I made before, if we're gonna actually be paying our bills with the revenue that is available to us, we're gonna have to take this in little chunks and continue to do it. If we stop and we say, nope, we don't wanna raise rates anymore, what we are digesting as 8% today will be 8% plus the 28% that we actually need. So this is, and that's been suggested also, by you, Mr. Williams, say, wouldn't it be better to forecast and say, we know we're gonna need 4 or 6% or whatever it is every single year in order to keep up with this, in order to get to, and help, and that way residents have an idea and an expectation of budgeting for themselves. And, I think that's what Davenport is trying to get us to in a best financial practices world. But the reality is with what we're dealing with the sewer plant right now, this has been us trying to make the absolute best out of a very bad situation. I don't want to be in this position on our general fund ever. And it's been very difficult. We've had to work through all these issues with the consent order and in Bowdoin, and I take it very seriously. You know, I'm the one that has gone with staff to DEQ, to court. We are in a legal consent order. This is very serious. So, and our environment is very serious to us, and operating that plant well is very important to our health and safety. So I just want to underscore that. That, yes, in a very rare situation, in a very unfortunate situation, that is what is being recommended. All right, so is that a motion on the floor
That is
to
a motion.
look back? I got a
Second.
second. Further discussion on getting the COLA for the utilities departments through the ARPA funds. That's going to come back to us at the next regular meeting. All right, I'm going to go line by line because Pal said I got to do everything one at a time. I'll start this way because I'm sorry I picked on you, Lisa. I'm going to go with Rick this time. Rick?
Aye.
All right, Larson, Williams,
Just to clarify, this is just for the raise for the utility.
just the COLA.
Okay, so, question, if something happens with the budget and the other employees don't get it, how does that work out?
We will have to take them one at a time.
This is just for them to bring back. This isn't for us to vote on the actual giving them the money.
Okay, so this is,
This is for them to come back with a recommendation, which we assume is going to be the ARPA funds, which we provided.
okay. And how much is the total? Just I want to be clear how much I'm voting on.
It's staff direction, so we're asking for staff to come back to us with a proposal. We don't have a total.
So we don't have the exact
Right.
numbers yet?
I
Okay,
I thought I heard it was something like 15 grand.
yeah, that's what
If we're going with 2%, it's a little over 15
Yeah,
grand,
so
correct?
it's relatively small.
Because we were all on board for a COLA for folks anyway. This is just so that we could get through the utility piece without having to re-advertise it. That's the only reason we're doing it
Okay,
this way.
thanks for clarifying. Aye.
All right, we got 3 ayes on the right. Ms. Grandstaff?
Aye.
All right, Ms. Hanford?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Allison?
Aye.
All right, and I vote aye. I love ending on a
We
unanimous
have
vote.
a bingo.
What a wonderful thing. All right, the actual budget adoption doesn't happen until next meeting, so we are good on that. That goes till next time. And with that, I have no reason to not adjourn this meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and do so.
Second.
Adjourn the town council meeting at 10:46 PM. Thank you so much for all your time and effort and everybody's effort today. I appreciate it.